Hey, here. What's good, everybody? There we go. I don't have a graphic ready for Coach. He's on the phone, right?
Yeah. Just so you got his number. Okay. I was about to say how you want it, man. You know what I'm saying? You want the screenshot? How you want it?
Got them bars coming, man. I wasn't sure if we was ever getting bars again.
Yeah, man. It's funny. That's one of the lines.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Every 2 weeks. It's Katz, Katz, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He said he's writing a book.
Sorry, guys, we're a little behind today, man. Don't mind us.
That would be great for us.
Whoops, that is the wrong Brian Katz. Show starting here in just a minute. Yeah. I know Russ is happy we get them Drake bars. Let's go, baby.
Oh, man. I didn't see this. That Muse addressing the fact
They're addressing the L's. What'd they say?
They said, Stat Muse, we don't usually read our replies, but after doing so the past few weeks, we realize too little of it is actual sports discussion. We're experimenting with temporary disabling them to see if we can improve signal, reduce noise, and cultivate more focused.
Nah. Hold on. Hey. Nah. Hey, you got to read that out loud. I need you to read that out loud one time for everybody. Welcome in. It's Tilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We got a breaking news update on the most hated Twitter account in Sacramento. Come on, man, read that nonsense out loud again.
Wait a minute. I mean, what is today? Today is it's the 15th. So this morning, after getting jumped again last night by the Sacramento Kings fans all over the country, all over the globe, Stat Muse goes back to their Twitter page and they address the fact that they turned off their replies. And they said,
now, mind you, for those who weren't familiar with the situation, they turned off their replies after putting up a garbage and inaccurate tweet about the Sacramento Kings and the Indiana Pacers. And of course, Sac came to represent. They're like, hey. Yeah. We ain't doing that in here.
We jumped them, boys. We jumped them. That's what we do. And like I said in the tweet yesterday, that's just what it's going to be. It's on site and until we see differently. All right. So we jumped them. And we jumped them last night after De'Aaron Fox goes for 36 and the Kings win.
And they put up a little stat because they wanted to make nice with Kings fans.
No, he still got jumped. That's just what it's on site.
Kings fans weren't having it.
So they say, quote on Twitter, we don't usually read our replies, but after doing so the past few weeks, we realize too little of it is actual sports discussion. We're experimenting with temporarily disabling it to see if we can improve signal, reduce noise, and cultivate a more focused Stat Muse community. We will keep replies on for super follow tweets, AMAs, and promos such as Stat Muse Sundays.
What we're saying is we're suckers who can't take the heat when we put out trash. So we just going to go ahead and shut off the replies so we don't have to see it. No, we ain't going to check the content we put out for accuracy. No. We're just going to turn off the replies because we're too scared to hear what people's fan bases think. Sit down, man.
Wow.
Sit down.
Hey,
Boy.
I got you. You
Come
already know
on
what it is.
now.
Stat Muse, this for you.
Boy. These kids are some circus clowns.
Come on, man. That's where we are. How many people following that account? But shout out, man. Kings fans do it right.
Oh, yeah.
Kings fans do it right.
Look. Hey, the team
ain't
ain't very
for
good, but we don't tolerate all that nonsense.
Yeah, company ain't gonna come in the house and start talking crazy.
100%.
This is just the way it is. Company ain't gonna come in the house and start talking crazy.
We will jump you straight up.
With that said, we're so happy that you're here. Sacramento Kings got a win last night. We got Drake Bars on the way.
I love the game.
Yeah.
Brian says Stat Muse feeling a little weak in the knees. Stat Muse feeling a little, I guess so weak.
Stat Muse.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
They can't stand up. Oh, man.
That was a good one, Brian.
All right. Kings get a win last night. There's a lot to talk about. Jason Jones will be with us. He talked to everyone's former favorite King, Amon Shumpert. So the professor, Jason Jones, will be with us in the final hour of the show, as he is most Tuesday. Coach Brian Katz, former head coach of Sac State. He's going to join us coming up 1:50 to help preview the NCAA tournament there a little bit, man. But we'll get to the Deshaun Watson San Francisco 49ers nonsense as well.
Ain't even nothing to get to.
There's not. There's very much not. And that's the stuff Kenny always talks about. Like, boy, I'm just going to go out there and tweet something. Like, I'm going to put biographer and I'm going to put a reporter in my profile and just go out there and start tweet. And look, Jordan Schultz is that dude's plugged. Like he ain't a sucker. Like he ain't a nobody.
Right.
But man,
he ain't a Stat Muse.
Bro, what do you did you even and I don't question whether somebody told them, hey, 49ers, they're looking to talk to Deshaun Watson. I don't question whether anybody told them that. I just question whether from the time someone told him to the time he tweeted it, did he give it any critical thinking? Because I don't think that he did. Because it's pretty nuts and bolts easy when you realize, oh yeah, we talk about pathways. There ain't no pathway for this one.
No, man.
There was last year.
Yeah.
There isn't this year.
But that's gone. That's gone.
That's it.
They like I said, or you mentioned.
Or as Mr. Halliburton would say.
I guarantee you that's over.
That's over. And you, at least for what we're hearing, the Texans are asking. Now, if they have if that's not being reported accurately, then that's a whole different story. But I'm hearing they're still asking for 3 first-round picks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Niners don't have that. Yep. There's nothing to even call about. No. But once again, like you said, even if you did hear that, you don't have to just run with it. You don't have to just run with it just to get some viral tweets. And that's what he was trying to do. I guess it absolutely worked. Yeah, but I mean, you just tweeting anything. You didn't. I'm not saying you got to be, the old school, get 3 sources or anything like that. But come on, man. You just heard somebody say that. You didn't know critical thinking, like you said, no real reporting, and just put it out there.
Again, we'll get to all of that. We'll get to the signings that the San Francisco 49ers actually made coming up here in just a little bit. But we'll start with the Kings win last night at the Golden One United Center. That was one of the more solid performances, particularly defensive performances from the Sacramento Kings. Of course, we all knew. We were prepared. I checked social media at halftime. We knew what was happening. We smelled what the Rock was cooking. We all just braced ourselves. Will the Kings be able to hold on when the run inevitably comes? The run came, and the Kings held on to beat the Chicago Bulls last night, 112-103. Another big night from De'Aaron Fox, 34, 6 and 6. For him, 22 from the new dad, Domantas Sabonis, and what everybody I think will be talking about today, Donte DiVincenzo, getting his first start as a Sacramento King, and there's a whole lot of "I told you so" going around.
You know what? I'm not even going to be in the "I told you so" camp. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna just keep it simple, keep it player, and say I like what I saw. I just like what I saw. I liked it from Donte. That is solid. 12 to 15 points, efficient shooting, 4 of 9. Now he's the type of guy that seems a little streaky, so you're not always going to get that type of shooting. But I think you can get that more with him playing next to De'Aaron Fox. And I think that what he also brings with the energy and the defensive intensity and just being all over the place, not to say that Justin Holiday wasn't working hard or nothing. I'm not implying any of that. I think this is just a better fit. And I wonder if this is something that we're going to see moving forward. I wonder if this is something that we're going to see continuously with this starting lineup, or does Alvin Gentry just look at it as a one and done situation?
How do you do that, man? I mean, Alvin, that's our guy. Alvin leaves me scratching my head a lot, man. And I don't know. I looked and I meant to, forgive me, this is just bad prep on my part. I meant to text James Ham this morning. Did I miss? Was Damian Jones out yesterday, or did he just get a straight DMP?
I didn't see anything that said he was out. The
box score says DMP CD.
Yeah.
I didn't see him. He certainly didn't tell us anything. He didn't tweet anything about Damian Jones being out. I just don't think Damian Jones played.
Yeah.
And so
it's crazy.
It just started 2 days ago.
It's crazy. It really is crazy, man. I just don't understand it. That's all I can say is I don't understand it. I'm not sure what Alvin is doing or trying to do here. I'm sure he has a reason for all this, and he can explain it. But just without his explanation, I don't understand it. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I don't either. Rashawn, man, God bless him. The Kings just went in a different direction. We've seen Chimezie Metu. I'm anxious to see what they continue to do with Chimezie Metu. I feel like we've seen Freeport play well for stretches, and then he winds up next to Damian Jones in the CD category. So
yeah,
I guess we don't have to try to figure out the future. We'll just look at what's in front of us, and we'll find out if Donte DiVincenzo is starting tomorrow versus the Milwaukee Bucks. That would make sense tomorrow when they get ready to play the Milwaukee Bucks. That's when we'll find out, I'm sure. Your boy Trey Lyles had another good matchup. I want to break another good game. Excuse me. I want to break down all the different intricacies of last night's game, man. But we, and Donte's a big part of it, I think, because so many people have been calling for it. But man, De'Aaron Fox, 42 minutes last night. Come on, man. 42 minutes, 34 points. Hey, I said it last night. I'll say it again. Thoughts and prayers to the haters, man, because I know life is tough for you right now. And there was this, and this will be a discussion later, too, as I know. There's a difference between hating and criticism. Yeah, fam. We criticized De'Aaron Fox for not playing well enough. A lot of folks was hating him. There's a lot of folks still hating hard on him right now, but he continues to have the best month of his career. This month of March continues to be the best in his career, KC, and I know he's got to do it in October. I understand that.
That's crazy to say that, right? Like we talk about a Harden or whatever, and they'll be like, I know what it is. He's got to do it in the month of May. I know. And we're like, I know. Yeah. Fox has to do it in October and November. Right. I know.
These guys got to perform at the end of the season. Well, we don't have that problem here in Sacramento. We need our guys to perform at the beginning of the season. That's where we need them to be. That's where we need them to shine. So hopefully next March, we're not staring at a 25 and 45 record. So we're going to dive a lot more into this, KC. We'll dive a lot more into that game. We'll dive into the Golden One United Center last night. I didn't know. That left me a little confused. We mentioned the 22 points that Domantas Sabonis had. Man, he could have been flirting with 30. We'll talk about the goods and the bads. We want to hear from you. Lots of ways you could connect with the show. Odyssey app is a great way to do it. You can listen to us anywhere in the world. through that app. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can watch the show on Facebook Live as well. We are just getting started. Hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Is D'Lo and KC. You're on Sacramento's home for real. Kings.
Yeah. It's coming.
Child, I almost forgot. I'm not used to teasing Drake bars. Drake bars next on ESPN 1320.
You know what I thought about? No, you're fine. You're fine, man. You know what I thought about yesterday? And it's just wasn't thinking we missed an opportunity for Marshall. That was supposed to be a Marshall day yesterday.
We sure did. Didn't even.
I thought about that like as I'm watching the fourth quarter, like, oh, damn.
Didn't even think about it. You know, he's big time. He probably would have been like, nah, I'm meeting with. I got dinner with President Obama or social distanced visit, of course. Yeah, we missed that one. Dang. Like Kyrie, unvaccinated Yankees and Mets players will not be able to play home games. Oh, that's good stuff, Roddy. I would have liked to have been there last night. The second I saw Yolanda, I was like, man, I wish I was there.
I know. I didn't know they were in the house. Yeah. And Ruthie.
Yeah. Yeah, that was that caught me off guard. That caught me way off guard.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
There was a shot late in when the Bulls were making that run. It wasn't necessarily late in the game, but it's when the Bulls were making that run. And I was like, yo, what the hell? It was hella loud. I'm like, hey, wait a minute. That didn't sound like a scattering of Bulls fans. It sounded like there were a lot of Bulls fans there.
Well, the other weird part about that, yeah, that's crazy. It is kind of crazy.
It's wild.
It's kind of crazy. The other thing about that you noticed that the Bulls fans were in the house was when the Kings were closing the game out. Typically, we see the Kings close the game out. It's pretty loud up in there. Like, it wasn't as loud last night.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Because there was a lot of Bulls fans in there.
Oh, burnt pizza, boy. We got to get you a new barbershop, man. Your folks is bugging. Bugging. I think that was universal, William. I just think everybody was booing TT. Just collectively, everybody. It was like, boo. That's where the Bloods and Crips united, man. The red and the purple were together there. They were like, yeah, we're with you. We're with you.
TT. I forgot he was there until after the game.
Alex Caruso did get a hell of a pop last night.
That's right.
The
professor's
Chicago
boy.
Woman. Yeah, that's his guy.
I'm gonna stall him out. Like, we'll talk about it on the show. Let's star that one. Let's not utilize that.
Says the Celtics, man. Dave Garcia, are you in here?
Oh, I meant to tell. This was like a week ago. I meant to bring this up. Where's it at? There it goes. Saw a graphic for the worst city in every state. They have stuff. Yeah, well,
I can.
Modesto.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I
Sacramento.
Yeah.
They split it up though. Southern California is Bakersfield, like we've talked about numerous times, and Northern California is Modesto. Now that's kind of unfair. Modesto can't be much worse than what's above Sacramento. It's a little unfair. Dallas got the nod for Texas.
Really?
Orlando.
Dallas can't be the worst state, the worst city in Texas. Come on. I like that.
Macon, Georgia. Virginia
Macon,
Beach.
Georgia. Macon, Georgia. Why is that timely today? That's where Scott Hall walked down the ramp and said,
"Oh,
you people, you know who I am."
Oh, wow. Wait, that was the first one?
Yeah, it's Macon,
They
Georgia.
were Macon, Georgia. Wow.
Might need to double check that, but I'm almost positive. Like,
wow.
Pretty positive.
Yeah, I haven't been to Modesto in a while. Can't be that bad.
That's a funny sentence you just said there, because I don't think I've ever been there.
I've been to Modesto, I don't know, a handful of times in my life.
Might have gotten lost.
It's fine.
You in Modesto?
Modesto's fine. Like I said, it is not Bakersfield. Bakersfield is just, why am I here? Ramsey in the chat, Modesto is bad. Capital BAD.
Modesto, this came up because Kenny found like some sort of survey thing that said Modesto is the worst. It's the worst city in Northern California, not California, but Northern Cal. So it's Modesto versus Bakersfield in the state championship there.
Yeah.
See who reps the worst.
I would say Bakersfield.
Okay. No, ain't nobody here. Hey, ain't nobody here for this. It's 12:20, man. For the first time. For the first time in a long time.
Hey, man.
Drake Bars brought to you by
Dave
Garcia Designs and DaveGarciaDesigns.com. Go check out his amazing portfolio over there at DaveGarciaDesigns.com. He put this amazing Virgil Abloh off-white tribute that Casey and I are both rocking right now. The new exclusive going on over at DeloandCasey.com. It was put together by our man Dave Garcia. He has done billboards and designs all around the country. Dave Garcia Designs, DaveGarciaDesigns.com. If you need some graphic design work done, if you need a marketing campaign put together, my man Dave Garcia can help you.
Yes, sir. The Sacramento Kings defeat the Chicago Bulls last night at the Golden One Center. 112-103. 40. Drop the beat. Yeah. It was dark in my room earlier. You know, I just turned on the light. I had light. Might have went over your head. Yeah. Look, too many ops. They don't want me to win. Too much fake love spreading. It should all be a sin. Need more real love. What's the 411? Black bottles popping in the overlook and the Golden One. Word they never see Drake balls again. Then Foxtrot 34 came away with the win. Hard work pays off. Dreams come true. Bad times don't last, but bad guys do. Whoa.
Hey.
I said bad times don't last, but bad guys do. Whoa. R.I.P. Scott Hall, you know what it is. Yeah. The Kings still got that win. Alex Caruso couldn't stop the Aaron.
Okay. No, I thought you won with the Scott Hall reference. That was solid. And then you always do a little more. Is there now? As Drake Bars brought to you by Dave Garcia, DaveGarciaDesigns.com. Would you also like the latest episode of Kenny Splaining?
I
felt like it was pretty straightforward. Bad guys don't the bad times don't last. Bad guys reference. Not everybody might get that. It was a part of Scott Hall / Razor Ramon's Hall of Fame induction speech several years ago. Of course, Scott Hall passed away. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I like that reference right there.
I had to. When I saw that, I said I had to incorporate that into Drake Bars. I had to. Scott Hall. I need more real love. What's the 411? I don't know. Most people might know, but I don't know if they know, So everything else was pretty straightforward, you know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Drake Bars and Kenny Splaining brought to you by Dave Garcia and DaveGarciaDesigns.com. Com. That feels like a new shirt on the way. Kenny's painted. Like I don't know how we. Speaking of, I should debut. We should debut the Natural Born Heel shirt that has been put together.
I popped for that. Yeah,
it seems appropriate. We'll see if we can get that together during the next commercial break and get it posted over on I was going to wait till the spring collection launched, but
when I saw that, I popped. Yeah, that's definitely going to have to be circulating in the streets.
Given the news of Scott Hall yesterday, I think now's a good time to go ahead and drop that. All right, I just don't know where to begin with this game. I do want to. I want to say something about Domantas Sabonis. He finished with 22 last night. It's actually rare he didn't have a double-double. He finished with 22, 7 and 4. But the thing that really stood out to me, he was 6 of 15 from the field. I'd say at least 3, maybe 4 of those shots from the first half were. Man, they were shots at the basket that just rolled around and off the rim. Missed time, just like he could have been flirting with 30 last night. He was aggressive in the first half. It just didn't. The shot wasn't falling for him.
He had another couple of those, I thought, in the third quarter as well. But he did what.
Basically, what we're saying, he should have been 15 for 15 yesterday.
He was getting good looks. I mean, they would be slapping him up again, but he's getting good looks. But he did what I don't want to call him great. I think he's a damn good player. I don't want to put that on him yet, but he did what most great players do. Is he got to the line 10 times. He made his free throws. How many times do we see, these guards have rough shooting nights, but they finish with 27, 28 points because they find a way to get to the line and accumulate their points that way. And he, like you said, he had some bunnies that didn't go through. But at the end of the day, and especially in that fourth quarter, he was able to get to the line, step up, be clutch, help put the game away with the big free throws. I loved it.
Kings as a whole, 24 of 26 from the free throw line yesterday. Donte DiVincenzo, 4 of 4. De'Aaron Fox, 5 of 6. Trey Lyles, who deserves a lot of love for his game yesterday, 3 of 4. And Harrison Barnes, who had a unique game where if your shout out Deuce and or Mo, one or both of them is listening, if you're a stat ho, you probably don't recognize the game that Harrison Barnes had yesterday. But he was integral to what the Sacramento Kings were doing, particularly late as that lead started to slip away. They needed to get some defensive stops to hang on. Harrison Barnes was a massive, massive reason why the Sacramento Kings won that game.
He played great defense. Was doing a little bit of everything, and he as well towards the end of that game helped close it out.
He hit a clutch basket too.
Yeah, hit a big bucket. Got to the line, I think towards the end of that game. So his 2 of 8 shooting, 4 from 3. It's one of those things that doesn't tell the whole story. Right. I thought he was effective. I'm not going to make it like he was great. I didn't feel like he played great, but he was absolutely effective out there and critical to what the Kings were trying to do to pull out that win last night. So Harrison Barnes, he did all right last night. He did all right, but you kind of glossed over my guy a little bit. Kind of glossed over him.
My apologies.
Trey Lyles.
Give him his flowers.
Trey Lyles, 3 of 4. That stat line, a HLSL.
Oh, that's HL. Yeah. Normally Harrison, I can guess
like stat line. Oh. 9 points on 4 shots from the field. 11 rebounds on the night. So
come on, man. Who are you kidding? If that was a Harrison like stat line, he would have had 4 shots from the field and 28 points. He would have gotten the most out of him. Last night's game that was a physical game last night. Yeah. Like you mentioned Sabonis going to the line 10 times. Like Domantas Sabonis wasn't getting like touch fouls. Like there's a great shot as he going. I think he's going to take his last 2 free throws are pretty close when the game is kind of getting in that position. He's got like a big like scratch down the side of his neck. Like there's a scratch on his wrist. It's like, yo, they were clawing. I think he gave Vucevic a little extra. He gave him a little extra there on the dip in the first half, and that game was I thought it was funny that Sabonis seemed really concerned about him. Like
after he smacked the hell out of him. Just smacked him.
He's like, hey, I just wanted to humiliate you with the dunk, man. I didn't want to hurt you. But like he checked on him, went back. Man, my man ran back and checked again. Like, hey, all right there, pal. Like, just checking on it.
Big boots is it.
We know. We know Kendrick, but man.
Big Booch got smacked up on that and got dunked on. Damn.
He did. That was a physical. That was a physical ball game. By the way, Vooch was all right last night. Like he wasn't shaken by that dunk from Domas.
Not at all.
He kept working.
Not at all. He did his thing, man. 23 and 10 on the night. But I watched this game and a couple of things were going through my head. Number one, thinking about what our guy Manny talked about a couple weeks ago. And some of the similarities to what the Bulls became this year. The foundation was laid last year. And last year they weren't winning. Like Stat Muse or Legion of Hoops would say they made that as a win now, all in move. Yeah. And they didn't win now. And they weren't all in last year. You know what I mean? And they, took some time to figure it out, but they laid the foundation of, we got something brewing here. Zach LaVine, Big Vooch. Kobe White. Now we just want to be more appealing to guys this offseason through trade, free agent, whatever the case may be. And they were able to get DeRozan, Lonzo, Caruso. I'm not saying the Kings are going to do all that in free agency, but they're laying the foundation to say, hey, we got something cooking here. We just need a little bit. If they're talking to, Julius Randle or, wanting to make a trade, hey, Julius, the cupboard isn't bare here. We got some guys here. We need you to put us over the top. So I thought about that a lot with watching Chicago last night. The other thing that I thought about is I'm not into moral victories, obviously. I'm upset that it doesn't look like the Kings are going to be making the playoffs again. They weren't able to win enough games down the stretch to get into at least this play-in scenario. That's what it's looking like, at least. But at the same time, I think that we collectively should be paying a little more attention to how this team is playing as opposed to wins and losses with this group since the trade deadline. And they've played pretty well. They played pretty well since the trade deadline. Like, I know it's not going to show, and we're not going to do this next year at the beginning of the season with the same group. But, I mean, last night they got up again by 22, almost blew it. But I'm of the belief, man, there's something there if you keep getting up by dub on these guys. It's like the fourth time in the last 5 games they've been up 20 at some point in these games. Got to be able to hold on to the lead. We all understand that. We get it. But that's something. I don't think they're not playing perfect. They're not playing excellent. But they're playing pretty. I think they're playing pretty good, man. I really do. I'll wear that one. I'll stand by that. I think this group is playing pretty good right now.
Okay, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, what if I amended what you said just a little bit and said the Kings have had moments in almost every game where they've played well, and really stretches of. Some of these games are frustrating because it feels like a half, like, and that's not good enough. Like, if you're in a close game and you lose a close game to a good team, man, that's part of the game. Like, especially when you're a team just not up to par. The Utah game, like that's it. When you're blowing, big leads to the when you're blowing big leads to the New York Knicks, like that's tougher to digest, and it's tougher to find. Maybe not the right comfort in those losses, except the tanking crowd. The tanking crowd takes comfort in all those losses, and understandably so. But I don't disagree with you. I would just amend it a little bit and say they've had stretches in virtually every game where they've played well. As you've noted, they've built up those 20-point leads, 19-point leads. Unfortunately, they've lost them, and it's like that's the part they have to address. And we know, and this. We're 61, 2, 3, whatever games into the season, 70 games into the season, whatever it is. Man, this team still can't play defense. That's the problem. And we said it at the beginning of the year. We're saying it here now. We're going to say it again in the off season, and we're going to say it until Monty McNair and whoever the head coach of this team is next year addresses it. Whether it's Doug Christie, whether it's someone else on the staff, whether it's Alvin Gentry, or whether it's outside candidate, they have to address the defensive flaws of this team. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting around watching 19-point leads continue to disappear because this team, and those are going to happen no matter what. It's going to happen. But what you can't have it happen like 4 times in a week.
Yeah.
That's not an NBA anomaly. That's a team weakness.
Yeah.
And that's what I get concerned about.
That comes back to what you just talked about, though. When you're not a good defensive team, these other teams that you play, they're always going to have an opportunity to get back in. A lot of people talking about adjustments and all that other stuff. Like, yeah, I get it, but it's really comes down to the fact that when you don't play defense on a consistent level, there's no adjustment to be made. There's just keep fighting. Yeah. You're going to get your looks, be patient, whatever. That's not an adjustment. That is a mindset that these teams come into these games with. So if they can improve on the defensive end, maybe they'll be able to circumvent these runs next year. And for all we know, it could be a completely different team next year. We don't know that. But what I will say is I find it a better omen, a little easier to worry about how to hold on to a 20-point lead than how to come back from a 20-point deficit, if that makes sense, right? And that's what we were dealing with before the trade deadline. Like, what's your famous line? Oh, boy, Davion with a jump shot, and the lead is cut to 17. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you got big problems if that's what you're fighting with all the time. You've got problems if you got to keep worrying about blown leads. But those are better problems to have. And I see that with this team, and I feel like that's something that you can adjust to a little easier.
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah, I'm 100% with that. I think it's just going to be I feel like Chicago, even as late as like 2 minutes, 90 seconds, it might have been a 6-point game. I felt like every time Chicago went to the bench, whether Alvin was calling timeout or Billy, we got this. They'll fold. They're going to do something stupid. We got this. Like, I'm watching this game, final 90 seconds. Chicago's confident as confident can be. They know. They've seen it. They have shout out Luke Walton. They watched the tape. They know what's up. And the Kings, they didn't give them that opening. They played defense well enough to force some difficult shots we've seen in games past where difficult shots have fallen down for Sacramento Kings opponents. But I thought the Kings did a really good job of making things difficult in that stretch. And it's just amazing to me that that's the team we saw yesterday. Would they give up 103?
Yeah.
They gave up 134 the other night.
Yeah. It's just Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with this team. That's just what it is.
And the game before that, they gave up 106. And I mean, like, Denver's a good ball club. Chicago's a good ball. Like, it's not like they were taking on, no disrespect, Oklahoma City Thunder. It's not like they were taking on Orlando looking to secure their spot in the pre-draft lottery. No, this was Chicago and the other, that was Denver. Like, those are two good offensive teams. So it's like, since we're quoting each other, is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike? Like, which one you want to be?
Also, shorty, you fives. I don't know with this team. I don't know.
I don't either.
I have no clue.
But
and that consistency is what keeps them from being in a situation where they could be a game or two back from 10th right now, as opposed to, what are they, 4 games or 3.5 or something like that?
They're 100 back as far as I'm concerned. I'll give you the definitive answer because normally I have that page right in front of me. I stopped. Just figured, well, there's no point in really being there. But
me too.
Although
the Kings, they actually got back on pace to being 3 games back in my final 25 prediction. Got one that I didn't expect to get last night. I had them losing to the Bulls.
I don't think you're getting your 14 and 11, buddy.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Still, they got some making up to do, but I don't know. I don't know.
They gonna get Milwaukee tonight.
Well, I have that as a loss. So
you're gonna have to make up games somewhere, partner.
I know. Let me see what game they're gonna have to make up on. Let me see. I could tell you what games.
I know you're gonna troll Jesse and say they're gonna get the Boston Celtics on Friday.
Well, I already have that as a win.
Ooh,
but
wow. In the face, Jesse.
They'd have to make up the Suns game on Sunday. We'll have that as a loss. So there's that. At Miami, at home against the Warriors. They actually don't have too many more losses to make up on this prediction. They only got like 4 more losses. So 14-11 probably ain't happening.
The Kings are 4 back from New Orleans, for the record. They're 5 back from the Los Angeles Lakers.
That might
actually be something
attainable.
to keep an eye on.
that might be more attainable.
LeBron, woo! King was mad last night. That was an angry King last night. That's a new playable character on NBA 2K 22 or whatever it is. Yeah, that was angry Bron last night as the Lakers had a Laker-like performance.
Laker-like performance. LLP. Hey, can I give a shout out to the Kings real quick? One of our early rants, I think we weren't even streaming at this point.
Wow.
One of the early rants here on D-Law and Casey, and one of the most frustrating things that I ever see in basketball is missed free throws. And last night, Kings went 24-26 from the line, 92% from the line. And they're not 90% on the season. I could be completely wrong. I feel like we haven't mentioned them missing free throws much this year. They've been. I feel like they've been different. I'm gonna take a look at it to see what's really going on.
I just feel like, and I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend to know the answer to that. I'll just tell you, like off the top of my head, I feel like that's been the least of our concerns.
True.
like there's probably some.
They're around middle of the pack, 77%. I mean, I don't think that's very good, but I mean, you got your Minnesotas, your Milwaukees, your Utahs right there with them. So I guess it happens.
Okay. 916. Well, they shot well last night.
They did 92% from the line in a close game where late they had to make free throws to put it away. So, yeah, I like that.
All right, buckle up, man. We're going to the phones. 916-349-1320. It's Mitch first. Mitch, what's happening, my brother?
Buckle up.
Oh yeah, you know what it is, man. We're never. You're like a roller coaster. You're like an amusement park, Mitch. We never know exactly what type of twist or turn we're going to take here during the phone call.
I know, I get the truth. I'm not insulted over it. Oh, fun, right?
No, it's what makes you Mitch.
I don't make it. You don't leave me crying. I like to think all my customers are no worse than for me than before. Hey, I want to see you get in the top 4. Fox superstar. I'm glad we kept him. I think I know the answer. I don't know if Matu could be saved. I mean, kept for next year. Barnes, you better keep him. Josh Jackson, can he?
Nope.
Realize his career.
Nope.
I mean, he's seen so many pink slips. I know he knows what they look like. And this is kind of related to the Kings. I think Arizona's going to win it all. They got 4 guys that have been picked in the first round. 3 guys, Coloco, and his kid Benedict Muslim. He's 6'6". I tell you, if he's there, Kings, go get him. Stay away from those guys from Gonzaga. We don't need another Adam Morrison in the NBA. Let's take a call. I know.
That's what I'm talking about. We were never quite sure what direction Mitch is going to take us.
Mitch came with the fire today, man. He had his NCAA tournament predictions.
We had Gonzaga references.
Yeah.
He a rare Josh Jackson reference. Do you want to address any of that?
Well, I kind of agree with him with Arizona. I mean,
okay.
Arizona. I don't have the official bracket yet, and you guys be on the lookout later on today. You guys will be able to join the D-Lo and KC bracket challenge. We'll send that link out a little bit later. But
Does D-Lo have to join it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Get in there, D-Lo. Make your picks.
You're the boss. It's fine.
But you know, I don't have the final one ready for me yet, but in the initial one, I got Arizona winning the whole thing. So Mitch may be on to something there. And also later on today, 150, we got Coach Katz, Northern California coaching legend, former coach of Sac State and Delta Community College. We got him coming on the show. But after that, I'm going to give Kings fans their guide to watching round one of the NCAA tournament. See all these guys that you want to talk about. Where's Ice at? This is Ice's segment. Ice, get in here. You want to know about college players in the draft? This is your segment. Ice, get in here. I will break it down for everything that you guys need to see.
All right, we'll talk more about the Kings as well. We want to hear from you, 916-349-1320. I know many of you are in the chat house already, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. You're on the Odyssey app. We appreciate you for being with us. Lots more ahead. Is D'Lo and KC continue here, including you've been singing the praises of Trey Lyles, man, and the dude's got a role here next year. Not the role he has now, but he has a role here next year. We'll talk about that next here on D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil on ESPN 1320. Oh,
Matu.
Absolutely. Matu. Hey, Dave, could you do me a favor? I'm Dave Garcia. Could you email me your address, please? I know I've communicated with your significant other before. I just couldn't track down that email, and I need to send you something. So if you could email that to me when you got a second. I realized this morning I couldn't find it. Oh, Ice is here. He's ready.
There's Ice. There you go,
Ready.
Ice. It's all for you, brother.
It's all for you.
All for you. That's a terrible take.
Oh, I prefer darker earlier. Yeah, I prefer darker earlier.
No. Lighter later. Lighter later.
Tyler, believe it or not, that is not WWE's theme music. It was an artist's theme music that I guess WWE licensed, and AEW was able to easily get it. That's why you heard it in so many different places. Heard it on like Spike TV and all that different stuff. It was a good get for AEW. I watched. It's a bit of a stretch, but I had on the iPad all 3 hours of Raw last night for the first time in years.
What happened?
Nothing. So I guess the idea was they thought Cody was going to debut because it was in Jacksonville. You know what was terrible? I'll tell you what was terrible. A show-long storyline about Seth Rollins wanting a WrestleMania moment, and he's going to fight Kevin Owens, which was a hell of a match, by the way.
Are they boys?
Yeah, but he wanted to wrestle him for the opportunity to interview Stone Cold. Now, this was after the show started, and let's get over the stupidity of the Kevin Owens Stone Cold thing, where the crux of this issue is that Kevin Owens is insulting Texas. Stone Cold Steve Austin was 38 years old at WrestleMania 19 when he wrestled his last match. And here he is, 20 years later, and he's coming back to defend the honor of Texas?
And he lives in LA now.
After building this up the entire first segment, all of a sudden, the ability to interview Stone Cold Steve Austin is on the line in a match with Seth Rollins? Who booked this shit? Is it that Brother Love booked that? That is terrible.
Raw
Awful.
is single-handedly
Awful.
the worst show in wrestling.
Just
It's
terrible.
not even close.
Oh yeah, they did. They dropped a bunch of hints. They dashing and my WrestleMania dreams were dashed. My dream has become a nightmare.
Seth said that.
Yeah. I feel like they're still setting it up, but I just won't believe it till I see it.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Just terrible.
Start.
Man, Coach Katz going to join us in about an hour from now, talk the NCAA tournament, and we'll talk guys that Kings fans should be watching here as the NCAA tournament gets underway. I admit I didn't know the Bulls. I didn't know the Bulls rolled like that.
Yeah, man, that's a deep fan base right there.
I saw Ham's tweet that I think you wrote there, either there's a lot of Bulls fans here or everybody's wearing red. And I thought, man, all right, like whatever, like it's cool, like no big deal. And then as the games played, it's like, okay, you can hear it. But then the Bulls started to make a run and it started to get loud. And now I'm at home mad. Like, wait a minute. Okay, the Lakers, whatever. It's the Lakers. The LeBron, the LA, whatever. The Warriors, fine. Y'all riding the bandwagon. We deal with it. It's not a big deal. But the Chicago Bulls, was y'all showing? Was there a red seat last year or the year before? Because I don't remember anything like that.
Well, it definitely wasn't anything last year because there was no fans. But
that's a good call. I thought last year was 2019. That's fine. You're right.
We're still in. You're right though. No, you're
still
right.
2020.
We're still in 2020.
Still 2020. Kyrie can't go in the locker room, so we're still in 2020.
But
neither can the Yankees.
I've noticed that before with the Bulls.
I've never noticed
I've definitely noticed that before, and a lot of it has to do with Michael Jordan, obviously. You know, I mean. That's
loyalty.
Mike.
If y'all stuck with Jordan left in 98.
Yeah. I didn't stick with the Bulls. I didn't stick with them after 93, after 94, actually.
Hell, even LeBron didn't stick with the Bulls. LeBron left them. LeBron's like, I guess I'm a Cavs fan now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But Bulls fans be out there, man. Bulls fans absolutely be out there. They're everywhere. You got the whole WGN thing. It's much like the Cubs and the Braves with TBS. You know, the Bulls growing up for, you know, a certain demographic like ourselves, they were on every night, you know, and they were good. So, yeah, Bulls travel pretty heavy. Also, there's this weird thing where Chicagoans are all over the place. Like, they're all over the place. They got a lot in California for some reason.
I think we got some in the chat, don't we?
Yeah.
Manny, Coach Manny.
Shout out to my guy Tariq, you know. His sons Rafe and Isaiah, you know, he from Chicago, South Side, you know what I mean? So yeah, a lot of Chicagoans. I said that like Kanye. Chicagoans. Maybe
they ride with the Bulls because of Kanye. Maybe they rep in Chicago.
I don't know if anybody rides for anybody because of Kanye right now.
That's a solid.
He couldn't even he couldn't even ride his goodwill for 2 weeks.
I saw him
something ridiculous.
He cut a promo on Pete Davidson, and I think his eyes were closed the whole time. Like, I was so confused by what I was watching. I was like, will somebody check on this man? Remember when Dave Chappelle flew to the middle of nowhere to check on him? Like, Dave, get out there again.
Yeah.
Go check on your boy. He is not good.
He can't now his new thing is he wants to threaten people's lives. He's getting that DL Hughley talking about I can afford to hurt you. What are you talking about, bro? Like, the man had goodwill with the documentary for like 2 weeks. Couldn't even enjoy that. He had to go keep doing new Kanye stuff. Mm-hmm.
He ain't learned. We want the old Kanye. Well, unfortunately, we want the Donda version of Kanye, and that's the one that we're never getting back. I mean, we also, let's not pretend like Kanye wasn't a little bit crazy when Donda was still alive.
Oh yeah, she's just the only one that can reel him back in.
Yeah, Kanye.
He was already
crazy.
He was already floating to the middle of the lake already. And she was the one that reeled him back in.
Yeah, come on back, fam. So the Kings get the win last night, 112-103 against the Chicago Bulls. Alex Caruso returned like he was Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania. Got a hell of a response from the Bulls fans at the Golden One United Center last night. Jason Jones's favorite, Alex Caruso. Jason Jones will be with us in the final hour of the show. But you kind of mentioned this. I just give your boy Trey Lyles some respect here. Like I think he was put in a tough spot. This is a tough position for him to be in. I still don't think it's an ideal position for him to be in, but he's making the most of his minutes, man. He's showing he has a place. Obviously, he has a place in the league. I think he's showing he has a place on this team. I think if you're Monty McNair, you're like, man, this is dope. This is great. He'd make a hell of a backup.
He's a solid ball player.
Unless you believe he can develop. Unless you believe that he can develop into.
He's 26 years old.
Okay,
26 years old. I don't want to misspeak here, so I'm gonna be careful. If I'm wrong, I welcome anybody to be like, nah, Casey, you got this one wrong. But it seems like he didn't get the opportunities to play consistently in Utah and in Denver and in San Antonio the way he has here in Detroit and Sacramento, where he averaged 10 a game in Detroit, 8 a game with the Kings. He wasn't stuck to the bench. Like he was still getting out there and playing. But what I mean by opportunities is, being able to be a part of what they're doing offensively, the rotations, being a part of the offense, people actually looking for you to score and things of that nature. So I feel like he's actually gotten those opportunities in Detroit and Sacramento, and he's been solid. He's been solid. Like it isn't anything spectacular. He's not setting the world on fire, but he's out there playing his role. He understands how to play the game, I feel, and how to play that role, and he's executing at an all right pace. Like I said, yesterday I was talking about him being a starting power forward. There are maybe 10 guys that I'd rather go get at the power forward position this offseason if I was Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings. So it's not, we got Trey Lyles.
Other than Trey Lyles?
Yeah. So it's not like, we got Trey Lyles. We don't have to look for anything else. I'd still be obviously looking to upgrade that position. But if you were able to upgrade the starting shooting guard position or the small forward position, and you just looked around and there wasn't a deal to make at the power forward position, Trey Lyles next to Sabonis, because you can work that inside-outside game and he is a stretch four, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I really don't. Like, I think you would still be looking to upgrade that. I'm not saying you come into the season and you weren't able to upgrade it. You're like, it's whatever. No, we're done. We got Trey. I'm not saying that. You still be kind of looking around for opportunities to upgrade, because I feel like you do. He's a best suited as a backup, a rotational guy. But I don't know, man. Trey Lyles, I like him with this particular group, with Sabonis. I don't like him just in general, but with Sabonis, I feel like his skill set might fit pretty well with him.
We saw some Sabonis and Rashawn last night.
He did.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
We didn't see a
lot. How
lot.
effective it was.
But hey, look at that. They both out there. Oh, wait, where's he going? Oh, he's okay. All right, grand opening, grand closing. It didn't last long. I want to talk more about Donte too, but let me ask you this. Trey, Donte DiVincenzo, Mo Harkless, and Chimezie Metu. Which of those four guys do you think is back next year?
One more time. Trey,
Donte. Freeport, and Mo Harkless.
I think Donte is back for sure.
Yeah, me too.
Then it gets a little murky.
Yeah, I think that's the only one that, like, I feel like you can say definitively Donte DiVincenzo is going to be back.
Right.
The Kings want to see him for a full season.
Right.
I feel like
I can see the other ones being back, but I could also see them being moved.
And I wonder how much, I would hope a lot, how much, I hate doing this. Apologies to, I feel like a new coach is coming in here. So how much will the new coach play into this? Like, I was able to watch, here's what I think we could do with Trey Lyles, or here's what I think we could do with Chimezie Metu, or here's what, hell, even a Damian Jones or an Neemias Queta, or some of these different guys, not suggesting Neemias Queta is going to be cut, but I'm just looking at the roster on some of these fringe players thinking, what can we do with these guys next year? Obviously, Monty has the final decision, but you would think whatever coach is here, even if it ultimately is Alvin or Doug or someone on the staff, you would think they're going to have at least some input into these guys, particularly if it is someone who is here on the staff, where it's like, yeah, no, here's what I think Trey could do for us next year, or here's what I think, I don't know what the Mo Harkless situation is. James has outlined on numerous occasions his health, being an issue, him being pretty beat up. I don't know if they're just trying to get him like limited run here over the final stretch of the season, or if he's going to ultimately wind up back on the bench here as we progress. But, he was a starter for a huge chunk of the season.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden he's not. I'm good with that. Like, we're obviously in this 25 and 45 position. So like, I understand, but you got to have whoever is coaching this group next year, at least have some input, certainly not final say, or maybe just some thoughts on what you could potentially do with this roster.
Yeah. And the other thing that comes to mind is, much like you, I'm just trying to tiptoe around it, but the rotations have been crazy since Alvin took over. They've been crazy. Like,
they are.
Once again, he may have.
They were crazy when Luke was here too, for the record. Maybe they got a little crazier. Maybe they were crazy when Luke was here. Come on now.
I knew somebody would say that, but how so? What's one thing that you remember?
Luke was Kanye post-college dropout, but before Donda died. Alvin is Kanye post Donda's death.
I don't know, man. I remember people saying that though. I remember people saying that about Luke. I don't know.
Alvin
if I ever
did a
saw
lot
it
on the clock
way.
too, and I think Alvin is switched up on this, but I felt like Luke was. De'Aaron could have hit 93 pointers in a row, set a record. Oh, look at the clock. We got to get him out. It's the time on the clock. That's what it says. We got to send him.
Okay. So that was a little different though, from what I'm thinking.
No, I know you're talking about guys like Sabonis and I mean, I think didn't Luke start Ty and De'Aaron being off the floor at the same time when everyone knew, like, why? These guys should always be on the floor. Like, one of these guys should always be on the floor. Didn't that start with Luke?
Probably so.
Because that was the first thing. Like, one of these guys should always be on the floor. How did we get here?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Alvin continued that with he continued strange things all throughout. But now with Sabonis here, we got to keep Sabonis and Fox on the floor. One of them's got to be on the floor. And then all of a sudden, there they are on the bench drinking Gatorade together.
Well, so this is, and Luke probably had something to do with this as well too, because there was just a lot of weird things going on at the beginning of the season. But what I'm talking about, like what I think people were talking about with rotations with Luke, is just like minute distribution, right? I'm talking about Damian Jones started on Saturday and didn't play today. And Mo Harkless was your starter and didn't play for 3 games. Terrence Davis was balling for 3 straight games, doesn't play for another 4.
Yeah.
Like that when I say rotations, that's when I'm like, I don't know what's going on with dude.
That's extra wild.
So, like I said, I respect the heck out of Alvin. And I know he's got reasons for doing what he's doing. So all I can say is, on the outside looking in, I don't understand it.
I don't either.
I don't even understand the stuff like last night with Josh Jackson. Why would you put him in for a minute and a half and then yank him out?
I don't know.
Remember the other night when, for no reason, DiVincenzo played like 12 minutes?
Yes. Didn't Josh Jackson go in, was it versus Utah? I feel like Josh Jackson went in a couple of nights ago. And I was like, did he point at the wrong guy? Did he think Josh was somebody else? I think Josh played like his first game here and hadn't, or one of his first games here. I don't think he's played since. It's like, I think Alvin just pointed at the wrong guy. He's like, nah, just let him play. We'll let him play a minute, and then we'll pull him out.
Josh Jackson gets in the game, commits a foul, and goes, "The hell is he doing in the game?" Oh, my bad, it's the wrong guy. Hey, go get him. Go get him.
He thought he was pointing at Freeport, and he pointed at Josh Jackson to go in. Like, oh, Alvin, man. Shoot, we've seen Metu all over the place in Alvin's lineups as well. And Metu's a guy who like the one thing when it comes to when it comes to being critical of kind of the role players on this team, don't talk about defense because they're all bad. Like, don't tell me Chimezie Metu is this big defensive liability. You got to be freaking kidding me, dude. This team is a defensive liability. Don't put this on Chimezie Metu. If you're playing the rest of the guys, you could play Chimezie Metu. And there was always this stretch for like, the hell isn't Metu playing? You could be critical of his defense if you want to. I mean, he ain't no worse than anybody else out there.
It's a little more than that.
What is it?
Wouldn't always make the best play, best decision. His decision making, wasn't always.
Sorry. I'm sorry. So we've forgotten. You've been brainwashed. PTD, post trade deadline. You forgot what it was like before the deals were done.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Metu was a bad decision maker.
No, absolutely not. No, I haven't forgotten. But here's what I'll say, because Metu played really well last night. He played really well. He played well against Utah, but then he had another game, I think last week, I can't remember off the top of my head, where I thought he played good as well. And I think this is what I think is good for Metu, is he's in a better role. You know what I mean? Like, Metu, in my opinion, is one of those guys you do have to watch his minutes, because if you have him out there for too long, his warts start to show up. But if you have him out there for a certain amount of time, like I'm trying to see last night, how many
played well against Denver. I think that's what you were looking for. He played 20 minutes last night.
Yeah, 20 minutes last night. It's about right. I'd probably even say more like 17 or so. But he was doing some good things out there, so you extend the minutes. But if you have him in that 15, 17, 18-minute range, the warts don't show up yet. And he just does what he does. He goes out there, catch some oops. He hits a couple of threes here and there. I think that's the role for him. To no fault of his own, much like Justin Holiday, some of his warts were getting exposed before the trade deadline because he was the starting power forward. He's not a starting power forward in this league.
Yeah, Chimezie, unless Freeport was hurt, and I've forgotten, because I'm very anxious for this season to end. But he went for 14 points, and this is oh my God, against Minnesota he played 33 minutes.
See,
but he went for 14. So that was
Sabonis' first game, right?
That was actually the one before.
Oh, okay.
That was when the trade was done and they weren't there. So he played 33, had 14 points. The next night, 25 minutes. That was Sabonis' first game, 13 points. Then
he played well that game.
10, 7, 11, and then he doesn't play for the next 3 games. Then he plays for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 9 minutes, then doesn't play. And now he's back into that 18 to 22 minute range, 9 points, 12, 10.
That's what we talking about.
It's the Matt Barnes line.
Man.
Yeah, it's the Matt
like,
Barnes line. If you don't know, it's frustrating when you don't know what your role is.
Yeah, man.
And you feel like you do something wrong, you're going to get yanked. Like Freeport got yanked for 3 games. And one of them was a 21-point win against Oklahoma City. You couldn't find no time for Chimezie Metu against OKC.
Yeah, and when I say Metu, when I question, his playing time or, understanding why he wasn't playing, it's not that he shouldn't play at all. I think his role should have been kind of redefined, which is, it seems like it's happened now. I think he's really good off the bench, adds a spark, adds a different dynamic. When you put too much on his plate, I think that's where you start to see, like I mentioned, the warts from him. But they're absolutely, I mean, he's a stretch forward to a certain degree. He's a guy that can hit that 3 ball. He's athletic. He, can get to the cup on one bounce. Somebody's closing out hard on the shot. So they're absolutely, I mean, come on, it's our guy Freeport. Obviously, there's things that I like about his game, but I just thought that he was put in a situation where the responsibility he was asked to do a little too much. And I think that affected his play. And now he's getting in a little bit more of a comfort zone and more of a role that's conducive to his skill set.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. And I think that's something that we seem to just be talking about over and over and over again. And I feel it's something like that we're probably going to talk about for the next 12 games or so is, consistency. Davion Mitchell, 26 minutes last night. You talked about Donte DiVincenzo playing 12 minutes the other night. Davion Mitchell's had games where his minutes have been in the teens, and it's like, yo, is this dude a part of your future or not? Because if he is, you got to let Davion play through struggles. You've got to put Davion in a position to succeed if you want him to be a part of what you're doing. And I can't envision a situation where the Sacramento Kings don't want Davion Mitchell a part of what they're doing. And we saw him get going a little bit offensively last night, and that throws us back to a conversation we had very early in the season about what a difference maker it feels like Davion Mitchell can be for the Sacramento Kings when the offense is clicking for him.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing for him. He's going to bring it on the defensive end at all times, but his offense is also pretty vital to this team. We had a notion coming into the season that if he just does what he's supposed to do on the defensive end, everything else offensively would be, icing on the top of the cake, right? It's not necessarily the case. When he comes in there as a backup point guard, or if he's playing with Fox, he's got to be able to hit shots, and when he doesn't hit shots, they sag off of Fox or they sag off Sabonis, or it makes life a little more difficult for Harrison Barnes. And it makes life difficult for the team in general. When he is hitting shots, not only they're still going to sag just because they're going to play the percentages, but if he's hitting shots, that's not only another opening for a Fox to get to the cup or Harrison or Sabonis. It's another playmaker out there, another guy that you've got to acknowledge, another guy that you've got to prepare for out there. And if he's hitting 12 to 16 points in a night, it just opens everything up for the rest of the squad. So that's going to be his homework in the offseason. Be more consistent with the jump shot, be a more consistent scorer, not a dominant scorer, not asking you to come off the bench and be this guy that, is a flamethrower, but you got to be consistent because it really takes this team to another level when he's consistent with the offense.
Is it as simple? You say become a more consistent scorer. Like I don't imagine that's I feel like that's one of those easier said than done subcategories right there. Like, is that as simple as working on your shot, or is it more finding your spot on the floor, or both?
A little bit of both. One thing that I see about Davion that I don't like, and it's weird because I know he works on the shot. I know he's got a shooting coach. He's working with Rico. These are guys that, are verified. I'm sure they're telling him a lot of this stuff. But sometimes when I see him shoot his jump shot, he's always either like walking in after the shot or walking to the left. Like he's not shooting stationary, leaving the follow through up and staying there like a statue. And I just wonder, I don't know if that's something that could help his shooting, because when you're doing that, there's so many things that have to go right on that particular shot when you are moving and you're not set after the shot, that it leads to inconsistency. So I wonder if that's something that maybe he's looked at or some other guys have looked at. I'm sure they have. And, he tries to do it. It's something that, he's not thinking about. It's just a, kind of a bad habit. But if he can get into his mind being more consistent and have a more consistent finish on the jump shot, that alone could make him somebody that the jump shot is a little more consistent on a nightly basis.
Okay. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings as the day progresses. Coach Katz, Brian Katz, going to join us. We'll talk NCAA tournament with him at 1:50, and Kenny will give us his the Kings fans guide to watching the NCAA tournament beginning here. Well, technically tonight.
Technically tonight.
All right, there it is. And 49ers signings and 49ers rumors. We've got all of that coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm doing way too much.
Oh, so we crowdsourcing again. Okay.
What's that?
I didn't know about that.
What you mean? What happened? Oh. Okay.
I ain't seen it done like that before, but hey, man. Alfonso, what's good, big dog? What's up, Brody?
If you head over to, come on, D'Lo.
I was about to
make
say
this easy for everybody, but there you go. If you head over to DLoandCasey.com, you'll see the new Kenny Caraway shirt that we just dropped.
Yeah.
We were going to drop it in the spring, but
it's Mando right now.
Yeah, it's time. It's time.
Mando right now.
Oh, there we are. Let's move this up. We got some. Dave has put together some really great stuff for us. Like there's some really cool merchandise dropping here in the We'll launch the spring line like in a week or two. I feel like I got a lot of it ready. And be a Chatty House VIP also while you're over there at DLoandKC.com. Trying to get the move the hoodie. Oh, there it is. There's the hoodie. There's the hoodie.
That is pretty cool.
Hey, is your things tied?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you take that off later, could you tell me what brand hoodie that is? I want to make sure that you got the
Give me a second.
Right brand. Natural. Let's get that.
What?
There it is.
Porton Company.
There we go. Yep.
That's what I like the feel of this one.
Yeah.
The feel of this one.
So it's just different enough. That's what we I moved all of our hoodies over there to those joints. Yeah, I'm gonna post the Reese's Dope pic of the little doctor.
He said speaking of, Reese said he got something brewing.
He got something cooking.
Got something brewing. I told him,
I like it.
Back to work. Make it back to work, boy.
I like it.
These shirts ain't gonna sell themselves. Get back to work.
Mm-hmm.
This is a crazy stat. Maybe you bring this on the air too. By Will Z. Did you see that one that you posted earlier? This is just bizarre.
About Sabonis and
Nah, look at this one.
Might have been at the
Harkless, 24 starts, 21 games off the bench, 25 DMPs.
Oh yeah, lead that up.
How?
Or star that. We'll go back to it.
How do you get that many starts and that many DMPs?
I don't know, Lucy.
Chicago shorts, man. Come on, man. I love the color red, baby. Come on, man. You know what it is. Red and black. There you go.
Save all. Just talking myself through this because I'm an idiot. Download.
Tony.
I can't lie, man. I feel bad for that dude. He didn't even know what he walked into.
Had no clue.
What I mentioned, man, we launched a new t-shirt over at DLoandKC.com. The long-awaited Natural Born Heel t-shirt. We thought it was the appropriate time to launch it. It's in the vein of the NWO logo. We've been working on that for quite a while, man. And shout out to Joe Martinez. God, I love Joe. Something posts, Joe buys it. Ain't a discount in sight. Joe go buys it.
Come on, Joe. That's love, bro. That is love.
And that is the Kenny Caraway joint right there is designed by.
That is love. Thank you, man.
Dave Garcia Designs. Obviously, Scott Hall passed away. A lot of longtime wrestling fans know him as Razor Ramon. I think most people know him as Scott Hall. There were so many funny things looking back on, Scott Hall's passing yesterday. I pulled up the original Razor Ramon, like the very first little vignette they aired. And 41-year-old me is watching this like, how the hell did I fall for that? Like it's this overly awful accent where he's talking about Chico and El Jefe, and I'm watching it like, yo, how did I not know Scott Hall was a white dude? Like, what is this?
I had no clue.
How did I not? And then, like, of course, 10-year-old me is all about it. I'm like, this dude, okay, this is interesting. And he was like, in many ways, I think Razor Ramon was kind of the birth of like the cool heel, like because he was brought in to be a bad guy. He does that bit with the 1-2-3 Kid, who the 1-2-3 Kid at the time is like Barry Horowitz. Like he's the jobber. He is on TV to lose. He beats Razor Ramon. Razor Ramon ultimately becomes a babyface, but he was getting like that little bit of crowd support. Like he was the beginning of like the cool heel. And then when
you were absolutely not supposed to like Razor Ramon,
right? And then he walks through the crowd in Macon, Georgia on Monday Night Raw or Monday Nitro and gets in the ring. And you people, you know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here. Steve Austin deserves all the credit in the world for launching and really just sending professional wrestling into a stratosphere in the late 90s that it probably hadn't even been at with Hulk Hogan and the Rock and Wrestling connection in the early 80s.
Right.
But WWE was reacting to the NWO.
It was out of desperation.
And they were reacting out of survival.
Yeah.
And Scott Hall, as Scott Hall, now granted, he was like, people knew he was Razor Ramon. They knew he was in WWE. But what he did in WCW was so much more impactful. And he made he and Kevin Nash, and then of course, Hulk Hogan in the formation of the NWO, that was really the catalyst that set WWE into, well, we've got to do something. Like Rocky Maivia is not going to cut it. We need The Rock. The Ringmaster isn't going to do it. We need Stone Cold Steve Austin. And off they went.
Man. I remember when Razor left, that was the first, for me at least, that was like AOL wrestling message boards.
Yeah.
And you start hearing like about the business of wrestling. And I remember the rumors about them leaving. And I was like, no way. Like, I wasn't even like a huge Razor Ramon and Diesel fan. Like, I liked them a lot, but Shawn Michaels was my favorite. And I don't even know who else was my favorite. They weren't my favorites, but I liked them, right? And when they left, and you guys know I'm brand loyal, so when I'm all WWF, and when they left to go to WCW, I was like, no, this is the worst thing. What are they going to do on Raw? How are they going to survive? They lost the two best. And when they went down to WCW with the NWO, that creation, even I had to take notice. There's somebody that was extremely brand loyal. I was like, oh, this is kind of sick. Like these guys are kind of cool. They're coming in, they're taking over things. They're not listening to any of the rules. This is kind of dope. And he was perfect, man. He was perfect in that role.
It's always funny to me how like WCW didn't know that was going to get over. Like those were two dudes that everybody knew who walked in and literally beat everyone up. Y'all didn't think they were going to get cheered? Like they're badasses. Like what were you didn't and then that's when Scott Hall started doing the, hey yo, how many of you here to see WCW? And like, yeah, whatever. And I remember in Sacramento, how many of you are here to see, and 17,000 people, the NWO. Oh, it was he was such a huge part of why wrestling became a huge thing. Like it was the NWO and it was Stone Cold Steve Austin. Everything came after that. Goldberg, fine. The Rock, absolutely. But it started, and I'm talking off the top of my head, I think they both started in June of 1996. Austin 316 says, I just whipped your ass, was at King of the Ring of 1996. Great American Bash, where they put Bischoff through, that was 1996. And I think Bash at the Beach, where Hogan made the turn, was in July. So this all happened. The professional wrestling landscape shifted in a 3-week period.
Yeah, and you
arguably forever. Like the WWE is worth billions of dollars because of Stone Cold Steve Austin, and ultimately 100%. Because of the NWO.
100%. And you say like, WCW, how could they not know they were going to go? I'll counter that, and I'll say that had never been done before. The bad guys have always been bad and booed and all this other stuff. And all of a sudden, like maybe we didn't know how society was going at the time or whatever, but
society was shifting.
AOL and the internet and people, smart fans and all this other stuff. All of a sudden, the bad guy literally was the good guy, and it was getting cheered. And I'm trying to think, you would have a better recollection than I would. I don't think we had ever seen that before with the NWO.
No, I don't
think
like
so. The bad guy being cheered, because even there was no bad guy with Hulk and Warrior. It was like two baby faces, and we didn't know who to go for. There was a stressful Macho. Macho wasn't really cheered, I don't think, with the mega powers.
No, despite the fact he was the total baby face, and Hulk Hogan was a piece of trash in that whole angle. Boy, you look back on wrestling as an adult, you're like, yo, Hogan was really pushing up on Liz, man. That's trash, dude. That's absolute trash. Hogan was really pushing up on Liz. And one other note on Scott Hall, because I think people really remember this era of wrestling, and we remember that Sting character. And I think this is a commonly told story now, but I remember interviewing Eric Bischoff when I was with KSFM, and Eric Bischoff was like the Raw general manager, and Raw was coming to Sacramento, and I was asking him, tell me, like, who's someone who's really brilliant that we don't know about? And he, without hesitating, he said Scott. He said Scott Hall. He was like, Scott was the catalyst behind the Crow Sting character. He was the one who came up with the idea of, what if you ditch the bright colors in the blonde? I think he had already kind of gone away from the blonde hair, but you ditch the bright colors and and that old 80s look, and you adopt something like this Brandon Lee character, this Crow character, where your face paint, you're still wearing it, but now it's black, or now it's white, or now it's black and white. And then you start piecing the different characters. They built an angle between Sting and Hulk Hogan without Sting stepping into a wrestling ring for like a year. He didn't talk. He didn't say. There was no big promo. There was no 20 minutes of talking at the beginning of the show. It was pointing. It was all of this different stuff. And Scott Hall was a huge catalyst behind that.
Scott seemed like a natural, just a natural of understanding. Like we talked yesterday off the air about Nash, and like he wasn't a lifer, right? He didn't get into wrestling as a lifer. From what I can tell, the story of Scott, he wasn't a lifer. Like, he didn't grow up, idolizing these guys. He was a bouncer, right? Like, he was a bouncer. But naturally, when he got in that environment, he just understood what would work. You talk about me all the time and just being this freestyler. Like, Scott Hall was a freestyler on steroids, no pun intended. Like, he just got it. He knew what to do, what to say, how to act to get whatever reaction that he wanted. And just God-given talent and ability.
If Scott had Triple H's discipline, he could be what Triple H is to professional wrestling right now. But he didn't. Like, he had like a bunch of other stuff that's not worth talking about on this show. Right. But he had other stuff that kind of kept him from that. Like, but he was brilliant. Like, you hear those stories about him, and coincidentally, you hear a similar story about Jake the Snake Roberts, where when Jake was locked in, there was no one better than him. So it was sad to see Scott Hall passing away.
And on top of all that, man, he was cool, man.
Dude,
Razor was cool, boy. I got the chains around my neck, and I got the chain around the gold around my.
That's right. Yeah. I heard.
I got gold around my neck. I got the gold around my waist. He was.
I watched that promo last night, and I think people are so like quick to praise Shawn Michaels, and rightfully so. And Ric Flair was so disrespectful to Scott Hall once when he said Shawn Michaels went out there at WrestleMania 10 and wrestled a ladder. Dude, that was such trash. Like, Scott put the work in that match that everybody considers legendary. Like, Scott was a huge part of why that match went the way that it did. And people forget they did it a couple of months later at SummerSlam 95. And they did it totally different. Yeah. And
that was Blue Tight Sean, right?
That's right. That's right. That was Blue Tight Sean. And it was, I think if I remember correctly, that was Babyface versus Babyface too. And it was just good stuff, man. So again, it was cool to see everybody. So many people were posting pictures, and for those of you who watched the stream, the little sign we do before every show, that was that started with Sean and Kev and Scott Hall. So definitely sad to see him, 63 years old, passing away yesterday.
Yeah. R.I.P. to the bad guy.
Yes, indeed. As we transition here back to sports, 49ers, Javarius Ward, you good with that? We've been talking about cornerbacks. I know Stephon Gilmore was the apple of your eye. I really know it was Jackson who was the guy that you wanted, but all of that stuff kind of fell by the wayside. Now you've got Javarius Ward. Is that a good enough upgrade for you? Are you good with that?
Yeah,
25 years old, I think.
Yeah, young guy. The Chiefs defense was feast or famine.
Yeah,
but when they were feast, a lot of Chiefs fans and a lot of people that follow this said he was a huge part of why they were cooking when they were. So I like the pickup. I'm of the complete minority. I know this. I know I'm a one-man wolf pack, RIP Scott Hall with this one. I'm on an island by myself. I didn't think this 49ers secondary was nearly as bad as people try to say it was all year. I thought they got better as the season went along.
I thought
a guy like Ambry Thomas, the rookie, he got better as the season got along. And when you talk about Emmanuel Mosley, Thomas coming back, I love Ward and Tart. Those are my guys in the back of the secondary. I think adding somebody like Ward, that's a big time play right there, because I would love J.C. Jackson. I would love Stephon Gilmore, but you don't need that to get better in the secondary because I think you got some players already.
Okay.
Depth is an issue.
So maybe that's how John Lynch felt then. Maybe it wasn't, we don't have to break the bank for Jackson or Gilmore or someone along those lines when we can add depth. We can add a quality player, which I absolutely think is what Shavarius Ward is a quality player. It's that defensive line. Maybe you and your boy John Lynch are thinking along the same lines.
Well, I mean, I don't act like I didn't put in a call to John.
I'm sure you did.
I'm in close contact with him on a consistent basis, and we talk about these things. And I'm not going to talk about what we talked about. I'm not going to reveal if we were on the same page or not. I'm just going to tell you how I was thinking, and then you can see how the 49ers play things out, and you can draw your own conclusions.
New shirt over at DLoandKC.com. Natural Born Liar is available. It's the NBL shirt over there at DLoandKC.com. But okay, so let me ask you this then: Shavarius Ward the starter?
I think so. I think so.
Because it's Mosley and
Mosley and Ward.
Okay,
and Thomas,
and then Thomas is the depth.
Yeah, he's the depth. They got to figure out what they're going to do with K'Wan Williams. I'm assuming he's going to come back. I'm assuming. I'm hoping the contract is going to work out for him. He wasn't as great as he had been in the previous couple of years. There was some slippage. He had some injuries he was battling with. But I like K'Wan. Maybe that's a position that you draft for, that slot corner position, because that's really not even a luxury anymore, right? Like that, it used to be, when we were growing up. Oh wait, you need your nickel package. You need that other cornerback there because the offense is getting tricky and bringing a fourth wide. No, this is just every down. Like that's your back. You need that slot corner. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with K'Wan, or if they go with the draft, or if they're not done in free agency with that position. But I like that. There was a little more bad news though with the Niners.
Okay.
Losing Laken Tomlinson, I didn't like that. And losing DJ Jones, I didn't like that either.
Yeah, I really didn't like losing DJ Jones. Did you expect either one of them did you expect to lose either one of them?
I thought maybe DJ would go because I just thought he was going to get paid. Laken, I thought they were going to find a way to bring him back, and they weren't able to. So that was a little bit of a surprise. But when you talk about these guys that, are commanding big money on the open market, with the way the 49ers, with the way their bank account is set up, with the way their contracts are set up, I mean, you can't go giving a whole lot of money to Laken Tomlinson and DJ Jones. You just can't. We got Bosa around the corner. You got Debo around the corner. You just can't.
Did they lose out on either one of those guys because they haven't been able to unload?
I don't know how that works, because I've heard a couple people talking as if like they're talking about Niners are spending money right now as if Jimmy's not going to be here. Okay. So I don't know.
You said this.
They got to wait, or cause they got to get under the cap, obviously. But like, I think the Ward signing was partly is like they are going to make that move because they're dealing with money that they're going to have once they move Jimmy, not that they have right now. So,
and I think we established, worst comes to worst, they can cut him.
That's what I believe.
They just don't have the problem is they just don't have as much money. Like, you cut him, there's a certain level of cap. I don't think they cut him and wipe out $26 million or whatever.
No, off the top of my head, I'll look at this right now. I feel like it's like a $10 million cap hit or dead cap or something like that.
I feel like that. Yeah. Okay. So
10 or 11 million or something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, I could be wrong.
Or Jordan Schultz says, "Hey, wait a minute, man. This is, it's Deshaun Watson in the San Francisco 49ers." Now, I'm kidding a little bit. He said the San Francisco 49ers. Go ahead.
If I'm reading this right, It's only 1.4 million as a cap hit or as like dead cap. So if you cut him, you only own 1.4 million. If I'm reading this right.
I'm going to follow up on that right now as we listen to the sultry sounds of Jordan Schultz, who appeared on 95.7 The Game earlier today.
I think the meeting is something that is.
I set that up poorly. Jordan Schultz was on 95.7 The Game earlier today, talking about a tweet that he put out saying that the San Francisco 49ers were going to meet with Deshaun Watson. Now, Jordan, you talk about being a one-man Wolfpack, you talk about being all alone. Jordan is all alone in this reporting because every single 49ers reporter of note quickly tweeted, nope, that's not happening. Here's what Jordan Schultz said earlier today on 95.7 The Game.
I think the meeting is something that is probably more informational and less of a chance of happening. I think he wants to be in the NFC. I know New Orleans is the favorite. Carolina's obviously been in it as well. I don't think there's much to Cleveland or Atlanta. But I think San Francisco, the fact that they're interested and that, I know they don't have a lot of capital, and this would have to be significant mortgage of their future picks. But it is something that I've been told by two people now. And, guys, sometimes in this business, you just have to take the lumps, and if people want to criticize, that's their prerogative.
Well, and
Jordan.
Yeah, run that back a little bit. What's his name again?
Jordan Schultz.
Jordan. Yeah, run that back, Jordan.
Yeah.
Run that back, sir, because you know what you were trying to imply when you put that out there. Run it back.
Yeah,
calm down.
Again,
Yeah,
Jordan's
thirsty. Jordan, you don't. And I'm with you. Jordan don't need to do that.
Jordan's.
Yeah.
He's plugged. Like, he got it. But I saw that immediately. I was like, wait, like, okay, that's not even possible. What are you talking to him about? Like, hey, how's it going? I checked my own version of Google regarding Jimmy Garoppolo, meaning Kyle. And I swear to God, Kyle acts like he doesn't know what we're doing right now. I text him. I said, hey, Google, is Jimmy's cap hit if he's cut 1.4 million? Kyle's response, yes. Wait, no. Wrong. He's injured. This is what I needed to see here. So if they cut him, he has a 7.5 million guarantee for that injury. The shoulder surgery that he had. I felt like Kyle had written about that, and that was lingering up there, and we might have talked about that a couple of weeks ago. But I thought I think we were all kind of under the assumption, and it's still fair to have that he was going to be traded. I actually thought he would be traded by now, but unretirements and no criminal charges seem to have thrown a little bit of a wrench here into the quarterback market,
and just pure thirstiness from the Commanders. What are you doing going after Carson Wentz?
That was
just pure thirstiness.
I don't like that's not even thirstiness. That's like, yo, what are you doing? Well, like, what is the purpose of that? All right, this is Kyle's fifth text. So they'd carry a 7.5 million dead cap with 18 million in savings. If he signs with another team for more than 7.5, the 49ers are no longer on the hook for that.
That feels like almost a guarantee.
Oh, yeah. I would think so. I mean, of course, I'm Mr. $100 million man here for Jimmy Garoppolo, so I'll ride with them getting that money back.
Yeah.
So again, for those just tuning in, the question, hey, Google, is Jimmy's cap hit if he's cut $1.4 million? The answer, yes. Wait, no. Wrong. He's injured, so if they cut him, he has a 7.5 million guarantee. So they'd carry a 7.5 million dead cap. That's the number we were looking for. The $7.5 million dead cap.
Which essentially will turn into zero. When he signs for more.
When he signs, it would turn into zero. So that's why the 49ers are spending like Jimmy Garoppolo isn't on the roster.
Around and spend.
One thing that's happening for sure is the 49ers are not banking on that $27 million cap hit being there.
No, The Jimmy,
All of
Jimmy,
the different
Jimmy's
Jimmy
going by
Garoppolos.
our show tomorrow, one way or another.
Yeah.
We love you, Jimmy. I do.
R.I.P. Jimmy.
You're right.
It's tough. It was a good run, pal. It was a good run. What I know this is late to have this conversation. Maybe we had it. What is Jimmy's legacy with this team? It's like if it was a Facebook status, would it be? I don't know if that's still a thing. It's complicated. Is Jimmy's legacy complicated?
I mean, for some, maybe. For somebody like myself, I think we had this discussion during the season, like where he ranks all time in 49er quarterbacks, and he's up there.
You did.
Didn't we say
that's right? Put him behind Cap. Oh yeah, Jeff Garcia came up.
Yeah. Jimmy's got a solid. Like he was a really good quarterback. Got to a Super Bowl. Got to 2 NFC Championship games. When he was, the legacy is always going to be when healthy, he won.
That's the complicated part.
Mm-hmm.
When healthy. ... Coach Brian Katz is always healthy. He's going to help us preview the NCAA tournament here and more from the perspective of what to look for if you're a Sacramento Kings fans. We'll talk about that with Coach Katz. We'll talk about that with Coach Caraway as well. And Dealing with Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I told him 50 just because
you can do 50.
It's a little
That's
easier.
Oh, man.
I think it's 3 seasons. Got to the playoffs twice. He was good. He was good.
I see you, Warren. I don't know, Warren. I see you. Thanks for the
Warren, man. Warren always showing love, man, from day one.
Warren, and to answer your question, I'm trying like hell to figure that out. I'm trying to figure that out now. I'm just trying to get. I think I can, but I think you have to sign up first. So if you signed up, I think I can send the points over to you. I just have to figure out how to do it. But I'm working on that now. Chatty. None, man, because you don't like our gear. You ain't even checked your mailbox. See? Yeah. Ain't even worried about it.
We need you guys to get into the D-Lo on the Chatty House Clubhouse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, now that I think about it, Warren, I think you're in. Not that it's like official categories, but Warren, I think you in. No wonder you want your points to count. Yeah, Warren's in elite status. Warren's if this was frequent flyer miles, Warren would be he'd be global.
Big ups.
Him, Mark, B. Cruz. Oh, Joe. Woo, Joe just surpassed the magic number.
Ooh.
Joe. You got something coming your way, Joe. When who debuts on Raw? Oh,
I saw that.
I saw that last night. That was the first time I've watched Raw that long.
We always, like at the house, we'll get something to eat. We'll sit down at the table. And one thing that we like, Queen Bee, Reese, we all, say, okay, we'll watch this, is wrestling. Because I always want to watch basketball. Jazz always wants to watch Ghost or Aliens. And Reese always wants to watch something different. And the only thing we agree on is Blackish, Abbott Elementary, and wrestling. And some of the people in our house are not ready to watch Blackish yet. They just can't. They're not there yet mentally. They're not ready.
Oh, goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've been watching wrestling. We always only get about 40 minutes into Raw and never come back to it. Nobody's ever watching Raw like, oh, I want to see how this ends. No,
No,
just never get
No.
back to it.
no, because spoiler alert, it never ends.
Why is that show
Game
so
over.
bad? Why? It's terrible.
Hmm.
No. She doesn't. I guess she doesn't like that I say she likes aliens and paranormal activity.
That's all right.
Oh, have you ever seen the show the Hollywood, I forgot what it's called, but when like the people that can make a connection with dead people?
I have not. I don't think I've seen that.
But
Oh.
anyway, so just those regular people who can like communicate with people.
Yeah.
And Jeannie Buss was on there.
Really?
Yeah, and they were
Who-
communicating with Dr. Buss.
I was gonna say she's communicating with her dad. Okay.
Mhm. Medium.
I didn't get
I
to
saw
it.
half of it.
Yeah, I didn't.
I started it too late. And
I watched freaking Raw. Like it was at 5. I started Raw at 5 o'clock and left it there instead of watching Winning Time like I meant to. Excited to talk to our man, Coach Katz, coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Steelo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We appreciate you being with us. Kings get a win last night against the Chicago Bulls, 112-103. We'll talk much more about that game, and we'll really start diving into Bryant West. I don't know if you're out there, buddy. Clear your schedule.
Yeah,
We're gonna
man.
start having
We're gonna
weekly
talk.
bookings here. We
Or
gotta get ready to talk.
we don't have to talk.
So that I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm gonna just do my due diligence anyway, but it may be for nothing.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna hit the pause button on that conversation because Coach Katz is gonna join us here in a second. But I'm being stricken with the feeling of deja vu. I can't help but feel like we did this before.
We did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
But I guess we're here to do it again.
I guess so.
I guess we're here to do it again.
This whole King fandom and reporting on them and everything, it's all deja vu. We've always been here before.
Deja vu like 13, 14, 15, 16 times over. Yeah, we've been here before. 916-349-1320. We'll get to your phone lines as the day progresses, but let's bring in our man, Coach Katz.
Hey.
Coach, man, it's great to hear from you. What's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? What's up? Hey, I got to tell you right now, I said, I got to let you know, you guys have talked about the Kings so much over and over that you finally made me appreciate listening to you talk about wrestling, and I hate wrestling. Oh, my God.
Coach, you'll love it, man. Give it a chance. You'll love it.
I put it this way: if the Kings played as hard as you guys worked to try to figure out how good they would, they'd be in playoffs and undefeated every year. You know
Tell me about it, right?
Coach, all I can say is I appreciate you appreciate what we're trying to do here.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you having me on.
Hey, how are you? Like, are you excited about this tournament coming up? Like, I don't know that March Madness has the vibe that it used to have. Like, are you looking forward to what we're going to see over the next couple of weeks?
Oh, I think it's going to be really exciting. And it's interesting. Everybody has their perspective, but for me, I am always so intrigued in the different styles that get it done. I mean, just take an example. USF right here is going to play Murray State. Everybody should watch that game. Is that going to be an up and down? USF literally takes shots are 3-pointers. It's unbelievable. And it's going to be a high-scoring game. Murray State is really good. Now, the other end, I watch Wisconsin. I look at them and I think, how do they win? They don't. They play really low. Their scores are low, the whole deal. You know what I figured out how they win? They get teams to play bad against them. You go away going, wow, we played bad. Their tempo's slow.
They're physical. They grind it out. Some people would call it ugly basketball. I call it winning basketball. But it's exciting just to see the different styles. It really is.
Coach, the head coach over at Providence, Ed Cooley, I drew a blank on his name real quick. I heard him speaking over the weekend, and he said something that I thought was pretty interesting. He thought because of everything that had gone on with the COVID year and just it's been a wacky 2 years in college basketball, you got more upperclassmen around, and he thinks that's going to lend itself to having a great tournament where these guys are a little more mature basketball wise in their mind, and you're going to see some high level of play in this tournament. Do you kind of see the same thing going on with this group of teams in the tournament this year?
100% agree. It's amazing the teams that have older guys who started mid-major programs, who transferred, super seniors. His team is a very veteran-laden group. And they play like it. He's got seniors and grad transfers. And that's why I'm picking Davidson. We can just talk all we want. I'll get right into it. I'm taking Davidson to go to Sweet 16. I got them beating Michigan State, and then I got them beating Duke. And the reason is this. Duke has very good talent, but they have three guys that are going to be great players that play like freshmen because they are freshmen. And Davidson has all these – Kenny, it's just like open gym. You know when you go and you get punked by the older guys. You think you're really good when you're young. You might even be more talented, but they got old man strength. There's such a difference between an 18-year-old's body and a 22-year-old's body. Oh, I couldn't agree more. And you see it across the board.
Yeah.
So Coach, is this about you picked Davidson? Is this because of their style of play? And you just referenced the stars over there at Duke, and those stars are Kings fans are going to be watching them pretty closely. Is this about the style and the matchup that's in Davidson's bracket where you're like, no, this team's they're going to make it a couple rounds?
They're really, really good. They really are a high level offensive team. They guard well enough. They're big enough. I just think I watch Duke a lot. They at times play like they're freshmen, and we all know you can say, well, yeah, but they're pros. But there's such a difference in the physicality of, again, a freshman or an older player. And I've watched Duke at times. They don't defend. They certainly listen. If they're on and they're clicking, boy, they can run it up on you now. But I think it's more about what Kenny alluded to. To me, Davidson is just older, more steely, more experienced, and been through the wars. And I just think they understand what their coach wants them to do, maybe more than no knock on Coach K. He hadn't had these guys very long. He's had three players who are going to play in the NBA. He's had them for about 6 months.
One of the things that I have a problem with college football, right, is that
it's all just down in the South, right? It's Clemson, it's SEC, and anything west of the Mississippi is completely irrelevant, and that frustrates me. Well, I bring that up because that is not a problem in college basketball, where I look at this tournament, and I'll tell you right now, Coach, I got 3 West Coast teams in the Final Four. I got Gonzaga, UCLA, Arizona. What do you think about those 3 teams, specifically their chances of winning a national championship?
They're really good. They're really, and again, you'll hate me for this. I got Gonzaga getting in the Final Four, but getting beat because, I just think their conference really, really hurts them because in January and February, they don't play the SEC teams. They don't play the Big 12 teams. They're not battle tested. They're really not. Now, they try really hard to play those teams in the preseason, and they do. Mark Few's schedule is tougher than anybody. But they go through January and February. They had one game in the conference that was not a double-digit blowout. It was the one game they lost. Now, the other one, I do have UCLA getting to the Final Four. I do agree with you there. I think they're going to make a run. And they're in the same group back as last year. And then Arizona, where are they talented? And they've got the shot blocker at the rim, Coloco. They've kind of got all the parts. And I agree with you. But I actually like UCLA and Arizona chance better than Gonzaga. I just do. But one thing I will say, Gonzaga does have losses this year early, and I thought last year being undefeated hurt them a little bit. Because when you go into a tournament undefeated, you might almost play not to lose, you know what I'm saying? And they're going to play with a chip on their shoulder and some real aggression. But again, their league is really improved, but again, it's not the Big 12. It's not the SEC. It's not those fist fights you're going to get every night. So
And
that's what I got. But I agree with you.
Gonzaga's region is tough too. Two of the 3 losses this season came against Duke and Alabama. Both of them are in that region.
Yeah.
They're like, hey,
and I'll tell you what,
the tournament was like, yeah, NCAA was like, yeah, no, cool. You're the betting favorite. Go ahead and play a couple of the teams that beat you already this year.
Yeah. Right. And look, Coach.
Don't overlook Arkansas. Don't overlook Arkansas.
Okay.
They're good.
Well, look,
They're
Coach, I see Arkansas. I see UConn there. Call me crazy, but this is my guy from way back. I'm not sleeping on that potential second round matchup against Memphis. I think Memphis has a lot of talent. They're just really young, but they've been playing well towards the end of the season, got all the way to the championship game of the AAC tournament. I got Gonzaga winning that game, but I think that's a tough draw for a number 1 seed to have to deal with a team like Memphis.
Well, here's the thing, too. Memphis had all of their guys hurt for a great part of the early part of the season. They were struggling. They got everybody back. That's why this whole thing, mentally and physically ready, which teams are physically ready, and it translates. We're talking about injuries, but they're a different team when they got everybody back. But I'll tell you this, don't sleep on Boise State. Boise State will shock you. That they're physical, they're aggressive, they can have long equal parts, they can switch, they can guard you. It's going to be a grinded out game, I'll tell you. But
and their coach
wasn't
their coach Mark Few's assistant?
Yes,
at
he
Boise
was.
State, Leon Rice.
He's done. Yes.
Wow.
He's done an unbelievable job. They've won 20 games or more, 7 last 9 years. Now that's going to be a tough one. That's not Gonzaga did not get a great bracket.
They really didn't.
I'm telling you,
that's tough.
No,
that's real tough.
No, they did not.
Hey, Coach, we appreciate you coming on for the tournament or whatever. But while we have a basketball mind like yourself here on D-Lo and KC, and we know you follow along with what we've been talking about all year long, and the Sacramento Kings, they got Sabonis. That was a big piece for them. They still haven't been able to kick it into high gear yet. What's your overall outlook on the Kings, man? De'Aaron Fox playing well right now. Sabonis seems like a good fit. But in your opinion, what's something that they need to get over the hump this offseason?
Well, obviously, look, the biggest thing, obviously, is just stability. Stability, if you look at teams that are successful on the professional level, they stay with something. You know what I mean? Look at the teams that are like the Spurs, the Heat, year in, year out, pretty good over a period of time. Same coach, you can go back in time and talk about Phil Jackson. Even look at other sports, Mike Tomlin, with the Steelers. I just think it's almost a business concept. I wonder if they're incorporating. It's called fail fast, meaning you start off, it doesn't work. Let's redirect. Let's try something else. Well, you got to let guys get a culture and be comfortable. And I will just say this, and I'm in the minority on this one. I love Davion Mitchell. I think he's a winner. He competes. People laugh when I say this. I would build the team around him, not build the team around him like he's the guy, but he needs to clearly play a ton. He'll defend. He sets a tone. He moves the ball. And I think with that type of mindset, it spins off and it becomes contagious with everybody else. He's got to be real certain and confident that people are going to invest in him. And as a result, I think you're going to see great things from him. And I think that he's, in my mind, he's a straw that can stir the drink. Now, that's just me. From a coaching point of view, I really believe that. I do. I think he competes harder, in my mind, than anybody on that team. I would crawl over glass all the way to New York to coach that guy.
Oh, man.
I think that guy is a big-time winner. No, I do. I watched him in college. I've seen him. And I really think, I heard you earlier talking about his, quote, shooting holes. I think he's going to be a shooter. I do. I watch the ball. The rotation's clean. There's nothing wrong, fundamentally. I just think sometimes, Kenny, you got to hear sometimes, hey, man, we're going to play you come hell or high water. All right. The ball's in your hand. We're going to play you, and we're going to go from there. And then, then things build off of that. But look, hey, I'm really good at coaching everybody else's team, right?
You were good at coaching your own team.
Yours. Come on now.
We're not gonna like that. We're not gonna act like you didn't stomp out Consuming the Soaks every time we went up against Delta. I know that much. I got you one time, Coach. That's it. One time over the course of 2 years. That was it.
I got to do. Just give me 3 seconds to do my Kenny Caraway imitation. It'll take 3 seconds.
Oh, please!
Are you ready?
You could have 3 minutes. You could have 3 hours if you want to do this.
This is after you've made a point, D'Lo, and he is pondering and thinking. It goes like this. You do that. If somebody counted how many times you do that, it's 30 times.
You know what usually follows that? You know what usually follows that, Coach, is he disagrees with me, and he's trying to figure out how to state he disagrees with me. That's normally what follows that.
No, that's more of a that's when I disagree with you.
That's right. That's right. That's the short
is when you've got it. You made a really good point.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to start
Coach knows. Coach knows.
Now, Coach, I'm going to start counting the to figure out how many good points I make per show. Man, Coach,
sometimes they're even 5 seconds long. I'm telling you.
Hey, Coach, before we let you go, man, I wanted to you dropped the okay. I don't want to unveil anything I'm not supposed to. Do you want to talk about what we talked about over text yesterday? Is that okay?
Oh, you mean the book I'm writing?
Yeah, I didn't know, but I thought it was really cool and a great concept, man.
I'm writing a book. It's about 10 players that I've coached, 10 chapters, 1 chapter per player, and it's their story. It's nothing to do with me. It's more about their story, and it's pretty hilarious. It's kind of a walk down memory lane, I call it 10 heartwarming and hilarious basketball stories. And it's literally like, for example, everybody will know Phil Ritchie. I got a chapter on him, and it goes from how he grew up to recruiting him to his career, and it ends up what he's doing today. And they're just, it's so much fun. Now, see, if you'd have come played for me, I'd have written you a chapter.
I know I dropped the ball, Coach.
But no, I've really enjoyed it. It's again, it's really kind of a tribute to my former players, and I could write a chapter on every guy. Yeah. But I've already got some guys jamming me up on Coach. You're not writing about me. You're writing about her.
Part 2 already in the works. Part 2, the sequel.
It's been so much fun.
It could be worse. You could have players reaching out to you, Coach. You're not writing about me, are you? Like, you're not going to divulge too much, are you? Like, hey, Coach, let's talk, Coach. Coach, here's a nice bottle of wine. Maybe you want to leave some of this stuff out.
Well, one guy did say, Coach, no. What is that you get right? I said, Kevin, I'm going to make you look good. Don't worry about it. Come on, man. You think I'm not going to write anything that you wouldn't want in print?
Just like a good coach would. Coach, we appreciate you. Once the tournament gets underway, come back and hang out with us some more.
I'll hang out with you guys anytime, as long as I can come on and do my Kenny Caraway imitation.
Oh,
anytime.
Every time. We appreciate you, Coach. Thanks,
You're the man, Coach.
Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it.
All right.
That's great stuff.
That's my guy right there, Coach Katz.
By the way, Indiana and Wyoming today, 6 o'clock here on ESPN 1320. As we'll be carrying quite a bit of the NCAA tournament, man. So we have got you covered. Coach gonna be in my head, man.
Well, look,
I'm gonna be counting them. I'm gonna be counting the length of it. I'm gonna have to scroll back, and that was a 5 second.
When somebody drops a bar, it's definitely
okay. That's right. Yep.
When somebody does not drop a bar,
You dropped that on me when I said Chimezie Metu, and you tried to bring up his decision making.
Yeah, when you like,
as if he stood out, as if he stood out as a bad decision maker on this team. Goodness sakes. Okay. All right, Shavano. You got some
I didn't say the worst.
We're ranking bad decision makers. That's where we are with the Kings. We're ranking poor decision makers. You got some players you want to watch as the NCAA? Boy, but that'd be something if Duke got dropped quick, because there's a couple of guys on Duke.
Man.
Kings fans got their eyes on, whether they're realistic targets or not. I mean, who knows? But man, they get dropped quick. It's going to leave Kings fans bored.
That would be tough. And also, I think I think we need Coach K in that whole little story, at least for 2 weekends. I'm not saying he has to win a national championship. I'm not saying he even has to get to the Final Four. But if we lost Duke in the first weekend, look, man.
You're right.
That's a story I want to see.
It'd be kind of funny though.
Oh, it'd be hilarious.
Kind of funny.
Well, look, the fact that I thought it was hilarious. Who were they playing? They played somebody in when they almost lost to Syracuse. To Boeheim's kids.
Oh, that's
right. I was like, oh man, this dude just got off the mic talking about we're not done yet, and you're gonna lose to Boeheim's kids? Almost. But yeah, I want to see Coach K.
I need that speech
second weekend.
I need that speech too.
No. Everybody, shut up. Let me
shut up. We weren't good at it. You know what? Screw it. I'm coming back. I'm coming back, and we're fixing this.
Are you familiar with Tate Frazier? He does a podcast with what's their names? I forgot. So. They'll tell me in the chat. But they started with Bill Simmons and The Ringer, and now they're like national with the podcast. But Tate goes to he's an alumni of UNC, and his whole, it's not even a shtick because it's real, because he went to North Carolina. It's just uncovering all the ridiculousness of Coach K.
Oh,
he just hates Coach K and just uncovers it all the time. And I heard him the other week, and he was talking about that last game and gloating about it and all the nonsense and the craziness. It's actually pretty funny. It's actually pretty funny.
That could be a Last Dance link documentary. That's my guess. Maybe a Last Dance link documentary.
But they do have some players though. Okay. They got some players that Kings fans, guys like Ice, that you're going to be looking out for. And all I'm doing for you right now is, because it gets so wonky, it gets so crazy with the NCAA tournament, I'm trying to let you know, hey, this is what you set your clock by. This is how you set your DVR if you want to see this guy, that guy, yada, yada, yada. So on Thursday, they have I got about 8 or 9 guys here. On Thursday, the aforementioned Memphis is playing. They're playing early, 10:45 a.m. on TNT. And Jalen Duren, a center out of Memphis, who is like, how would I describe him? It's kind of like a DeAndre Jordan, as a center. Like super athletic, big dude, can run like a gazelle, gets up and down. That's a guy that before Sabonis, people were really looking at for the Kings. Maybe not so much now, but you never know. If you're in that 8th, 9th spot and you want to, put Sabonis back at the 4, I don't know. I don't know what you want to do. But take a look at him. They play Boise State, 10:45 a.m. Everybody's favorite, Keegan Murray, power forward at Iowa. He plays right after that at 12:10. I would record that and watch that after you watch D'Lo and KC on Thursday, but they're coming on True TV if you want to check that out. Everybody's other favorite, Chet Holmgren, he plays on Thursday at 1:15. Gonzaga versus Georgia State. Shout out to Georgia State, my guy Mike Will. You know what I'm saying? Looking for the upset. Georgia State. And when we went back to see Ross's place, I saw a lot of Georgia State downtown. I was like, it's pretty cool. There's like 50 colleges. If I could do it all over again, I'd probably go to. Yeah. Georgia State might be on that list for sure. So shout out to Georgia State. Stand up. Friday.
Or Coach Katz, even in retrospect, still can't get some love.
Oh, definitely. Delta. I definitely should have been on that futon in the apartment complex across the street from Delta College. It was all bad for me. Jabari Smith plays on Friday morning. Jaden Ivey plays on Friday at 11. He's a shooting guard at Purdue.
So you want to steer everybody away from our show on Thursday and Friday?
To get the DVR going. And look, the other thing about it is we got some resourceful listeners. All right. They got about 3. They have us on like 3 different screens. You know what I mean? So we could all work together. It's 2022. You know what I'm saying?
We've been so proud of the growth of this show, the thousands of views on YouTube. It took a while for us to realize it's just like 6 people with like 6 different monitors and browsers set up. working with their phones or their, iPads, desktops. Like John Bull's got like a 3-screen, setup there with the bamboo by his side.
Yeah,
So
they are ready to go. Now there's guys after our show on Friday. Benedict Mathurin, Arizona shooting guard. They're going at 427. Johnny Davis, shooting guard at Wisconsin. They're going at 650.
There we go.
On Friday.
Now that question from the gallery. Starting caliber shooting guards. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. But they both have holes.
Please. It wasn't convincing.
They are. I think they're going to be really good, but they're young. They need to work on their games. Are they starting caliber the opening night next year? Are they better than Donte DiVincenzo opening night next year? I don't think so.
Okay.
They have a wild card, though. This guy who's not going to play, but he's at Kentucky. Shaedon Sharpe. We're not going to be able to see him, so, it won't happen. But Shaedon Sharpe, if the Kings got him, I'd wait a year. He's so impressive and tantalizing to me. They could draft him. He's not better than Donte this year, and I'd still be like, sure, that's okay. I see you working, Monty. Just saying.
Okay.
Shaedon Sharpe.
Now Kenny got to draft him players who ain't even going to play.
I didn't say he wouldn't go, but he's not playing in Kentucky this year. But he might not start opening night for the Kings. But he'd get on the court. He'd get on the court.
I'll tell you who is playing. Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, boy.
We'll get back to the Kings and take a look at the night in the NBA as well when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
No show, but go ahead and do what you
check on them. Yeah.
No show, but if anybody wants to ask me any questions about boxing, where's Dr. David? We can talk about it. Ramsey, what's your Dr. David? You guys are always in here for the 13th round. Would you guys got any questions? What you want to know in my perspective about the 13th round or the world of boxing, I should say? Buddha, Sharpe, man. He looks like he could be something. I want to see his motor. Some of the things I've seen from him, I want to see that motor, be revved up a little bit more, but he's got everything that you'd be looking for. Yeah, Dr. David, that Charlo fight is trash, but thanks to Golden Boy, that's the reason why. They had the big rollout for the Showtime lineup for the spring and the summer, so there was no time to negotiate with somebody else or somebody bigger. They had to go for somebody that was already there. They could get that fight in, and hopefully they can do Jaime Munguia in the fall and the winter. I blame that on Golden Boy. At this point, I don't even blame it on the zone. Can I? Yeah. Although, guys like that, I will say this. I mean, Oscar was elite as a fighter. Those guys at 50, 60 years old probably got quicker hands than I got right now. That's why I say, yeah. He hasn't been taking care of himself. I like Stephen Fulton, man. I like him a lot, man. He's a good ball player, good fighter, super skilled. I like Fulton a lot. Bruh, the hospital video. That is an all-timer. The hospital video. Come on, Sacktown Tony. I love boxing as much as anybody, but no need to crap on wrestling. Wrestling is fun. Yeah. That Catterall got screwed. Catterall absolutely got screwed. And the worst thing about it is, I don't even think he's going to get a rematch. I think they were trying to say Josh Taylor might move up. He was killing himself to get to 140, and he may move up, which is trash. Like, there's other fights that could be made at 140 for you, Josh. You could fight T.O. You know what I'm saying? T.O. said he's moving up. You could fight him. I wasn't always the biggest Shakur fan, but look, it's not the craziest thing in the world. Shakur has gotten better, and he is nice. Shakur is nice. I can believe it. I can believe him believing that. I agree, Ramsey. Yeah, I was really impressed with Josh Terrace when he beat Jose Ramirez. Not so impressed against Catterall. That did not look as impressive. Josh Taylor can go though, but 147, I think he might have some problem. Look, man, 147, people still laugh at him, and he's nowhere near what he was. But my boy, one time is still there. He's only got one loss. He's got one loss. Somebody was talking about, and this will be crazy. They're talking about possibly Tank taking on one time later this year at 147. Yeah, Holyfield was a monster. Heart of a champion. Lennox Lewis ended Holyfield though.
Odyssey app, the perfect way to listen to D-Lo and KC. Never get interrupted, even when you're getting out of your car. Just throw us in your earbuds. Take us into the grocery store with you, and shoot, if you got to, just take us into the meeting with you. Just put us in the earbuds, turn it down a little bit.
Hey, little pulling back the curtain before I forget. Hey, Jesse, do me a favor. Clip that for me. That'll be the 13th round today. A little question and answer. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right. 13th round, man. That's the beauty. We need to talk about the future of the 13th round since you want to pull back the curtain in the future of the house show. Like, we got some things popping over here at ESPN 1320. Yeah, man. I think it's
set up.
It's time. I think it's time.
Yeah.
It's time. I don't know what I was going to say there.
Karl Anthony Towns.
I have been frustratingly unfocused. You want to pull back the curtain. Your boy had a morning, man, and I just you could tell, like, I'm just not. Apologies to everybody who tuned in. Your boy sucks today, man, and I'm falling all over my face. So,
well, you don't suck. You're not falling over your face, but you did have a rough morning. We here though. We here. I got you. Pippen carrying off Jordan.
That's oh man, please. Karl Anthony Towns, boy, like that actually caused me to go to League Pass for a minute. They said Karl Anthony Towns had 50-something at the end of 3. I was like, excuse me. Let me go take a look at this. He scored 32 points in the third quarter. He wound up finishing with 60, which is a phenomenal number. Just incredible. But that alert caught my attention. Not a 56-point game from Karl Anthony Towns, a 56-point game headed into the third quarter fourth quarter from Karl Anthony Towns. Boy, that got my attention, man. That's a special performance. And then reading his tweets following it, man, that's some good stuff right there from Cat.
Absolutely good. Glad to see that from Cat. I know he's been under scrutiny a lot over the last few years, ever since the Jimmy Butler thing as well, and. You know, people talk about Karl Anthony Towns, or have talked about him, same way they kind of talk about De'Aaron Fox right now. You know, he's this super talented guy, but it doesn't result in anything. Karl Anthony Towns is 23.2, 11 rebounds a night for his career. 23.2.
Yeah, he had 17 rebounds.
11.4 rebounds for his career. Guy shoots 52% from the field, 40% from beyond the arc. As a 7-footer. I mean, he's a hell of a ball player. And, you know, when I was looking up more about this particular game and anything and just his numbers, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. He's only 26. Feels like Cat has been around forever. 26 years old.
Amazing.
Man.
But you mentioned, I think that's a good comp there. And interesting, you brought up the Jimmy Butler. You're like, he's in that same, you know, you got to win.
Mm-hmm.
You got to produce. Like, what was the Jimmy Butler rap that he's soft?
Mm-hmm.
Karl Anthony Towns is soft. Well, what cures that? Winning. The Minnesota Timberwolves are winning for the first time, and not like fluky winning either. Which when they got above 500, a couple of games above 500, it was like, all right, bro.
Yeah,
we'll see. Like we'll see. I've seen this movie before, and oh no, this is different. Like they're playing. They're cohesive seemingly for the first time. Karl Anthony Towns 60 and 17. First 60-point game since Shaquille O'Neal did it on his birthday on March 6th in the year 2000. Towns is the 5th center in NBA history with a 60-point game, joining Shaq, David Robinson, Wilt Chamberlain, George Mikan.
Yeah, that was also something that Stat Muse got wrong last night. Had to come back and correct.
Shocker. They got something wrong.
See,
can't believe it.
You know what the crazy thing is? Kind of like Coffee Boy. Because the full disclosure, I didn't really have a huge problem with Coffee Boy. I didn't have a huge problem with Coffee Boy till after he tried to get personal with the show. That's where I got a problem with Coffee Boy. But I would listen to him. Everything was fine. Like, he got his opinion, whatever. Stat Muse. I like Stat Muse. I do. But when you disrespect my people, the people of Sacramento, and what we got going on, I can't let that ride. We got to jump you every single time.
The Coffee Boy thing was stupid because, yeah, he went after the show, which was fine. Like, you could do that. Like, whatever. We just asked you, yo, what did you mean by that?
That's
when
it.
he made the De'Aaron Fox, it wasn't even combative. It was like, yo, we just want to, we're just curious what you meant. Like, we don't understand it.
Right.
And then he got all flustered. Like, that dude has some like vendetta. Is he still talking about De'Aaron? Just curious.
I don't know. I'd be honest. You know, I keep an eye on all the enemies. That's one that I haven't kept an eye on. I don't know what's going on with him.
He just ain't worth it. Shout out to the chat house who said the and I remember seeing this last night. Let's Karl Anthony Towns here.
32 points. How did you take over responsibility to put this team on your back in that frame? 32 in the third quarter.
Damn. All right.
That is good sound right there. Hey, I mean, you could speak to this when you in that zone, man. You just feel locked in, get it done.
The basket looked like a big old bucket.
Big old bucket. That phrase that has not been reused a million times since airtime aired.
But now Karl Anthony Towns, I mean, just completely on fire. One thing I think about here when we talk about his time with Jimmy Butler and everything that went on with that, and seeing that he's 26 years old right now. He's what, 21, 22 years old when all that was going down? You know what I mean? Like, young dude, man. Young dude. And it reminds me of De'Aaron in a sense of, I bet right now at 26 years old, Karl Anthony Towns would handle that situation differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was faced with some for the first time, and he handled it a certain way. And if it was right, cool. If it was wrong, he like, I wish I could get that one back, because I just had never been in that situation. I didn't know how to handle it. And I think about that with De'Aaron Fox. Some of the things that went on at the beginning of the season, a lot of pressure on him. Guys like myself saying, look, you need to step your game up. You're the leader. You're the straw that stirs the drink. And, the frustrations with maybe some of the guys that were there and the lack of direction and things of that nature. And he was 24 years old. He's 24 years old. And I don't think he handled it the best. I don't think he handled it right. And he could look back. He didn't even have to wait 3-4 years from now. He could look back at it 3-4 months later. Like, I could have handled that a little differently. If I'm ever faced with that again, I know how to do it. I was kind of caught offside, and I didn't know how to, go about some things. But if I ever go and see it again, I know how to handle it. I'm prepared for it. I can handle it better. I can, get all the noise out of my head, and you never know. at that age and dealing with something for the first time, how you're going to react until you're actually into it. And then they could prepare you for, if you ever face with that again. So
I'd handle virtually everything before the age of 28 differently. So I ain't on the grand stage that these guys are under that microscope. And Karl Anthony Towns' big night is about the only thing that could steer away from Steph Curry's birthday 47 he dropped last night. As I guess all is good now with the Golden State Warriors as Draymond Green made his return off the bench last night, and Steph dropped 47 and Warriors beat the Wizards. So we're off and running. All is corrected.
Hey man, good for the Warriors to get Draymond Green back, as a big part of what they're trying to do. And they feel like they have a championship run in them with Draymond Green. Good for them. I'm just like, once again, I just look and kind of shake my head because Draymond's back. All is right.
Oh yeah.
Steph is balling again. Everything's back because Draymond is back. I'm sorry, didn't they just win 3 straight games before he got there? Didn't they just beat the defending NBA champions a couple of nights ago without Draymond Green? But no, it's all good now, and Draymond instantly turns this team around. They just won 3 in a row.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, man. Look, it's not for me to understand, I guess.
You are not
just like they had won 7 in a row while Draymond was out, but nobody talk about that. They just can't win without Draymond Green.
Okay. I don't think anybody said that, did they? I think they attributed some of their troubles to Draymond Green being absent. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, Coach Katz is banned from the show now. Coach Katz is bound from the show now. Yeah, people, it's whatever. Let Draymond have his moment. He's a future Hall of Famer. Like, they turn things around. Good luck leaving him off the all 75 list if he turns things around here. They're gonna amend it and add Draymond Green to it.
Did you hear that story that he was like upset with reporters, quote unquote reporters? It was really
I did. Yeah. I heard that soundbite. Like, what sparked that?
I guess the whole backstory is Anthony Slater maybe implied in some tweets or maybe his writing that, I don't know if he said the team was kind of frustrated with Draymond, or that, the gist of it was Draymond wasn't around. He was out doing podcasts and just living his best life, pulling a Kyrie when he took mental health days off and was just gone, right? As opposed to being around the team while they were going through everything. And I guess Draymond didn't like that at all, that was implied, or that Anthony Slater had that thought.
Okay. I guess I can understand that. But
on
what if
side?
I can understand side? I can understand why Draymond, if Anthony Slater is implying it.
Mm-hmm.
But if Anthony Slater's been told that, you know what I mean? And
right.
and I have no idea. I'm not familiar. I saw I don't remember who. I saw the video though, and I'd play it for you. But it's like a 2.5 minute video of just Draymond talking about, I know you guys have a job, and it's why I try to elaborate on these answers. And he's just like, I was like, wait, what the hell was the question? I was like, is he picking back off of Russell Westbrook? Like that'd be a strange turn. Like, I don't get what's happening here. I didn't realize it was about some tweets, I guess, from Anthony Slater, which I didn't see. So, Anthony Slater, Kings reporter for the Athletic.
When was the last time you reported?
I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling looking for a Sacramento Kings tweet here from Anthony Davis. Got lots of Jordan Poole, lots of Klay Thompson. Got an Otto Porter Jr. here. Got a story about James Wiseman. Got some James Wiseman video. Got him with the Stockton Kings, but that was to see James Wiseman.
Anthony went to his people at the Athletic 3 weeks in. I'm not doing this. I'm not reporting on the Kings.
I think he came on this show, as Jesse noted. His reporting on the Kings ended immediately following his appearance on D-Lo and KC. Chris Haynes called him and said, "We don't do that, bro." This dude, Anthony Slater. Mind you, I'm at about 50, 60 tweets from Anthony Slater. Mind you, De'Aaron Fox is having a hell of a March. I haven't even left March yet. He hasn't tweeted one time about De'Aaron Fox's March. He's tweeted about Moses Moody. Another Otto Porter Jr. reference here. Yeah, that's a damn shame. You said this before in a different light. This franchise sure has gotten a lot of people fired. This franchise and Jason Jones, who's going to be with us in less than an hour, wasn't fired. He was reassigned. They weren't like, yo, we've got to get somebody to cover the Kings. Nah, we good. We good. Just like they got, God knows who writing articles for the position James Ham used to have.
That's right.
At NBC. Like, hey, first of all, that's your loss. That's our gain. We'll take it.
Yeah,
I ain't reading that. What am I read that for? Yo, no. I ain't doing it.
I'm reading the Kings beat. That's what I'm reading.
I'm reading the Kings beat. I'm reading the Kings Herald. If Brandon Nunez ain't on it, I ain't reading it. I'm still Anthony Slater ain't a Kings tweet. Nothing. I'm
people at the Athletic said, bro, I'm not doing this no more.
For the record, my man tweets a lot. There's an Eminem Bielitsa tweet. I don't know if that counts.
No, that ain't got nothing to do with us.
No. All right. We'll be here all day if I keep doing
not
this.
doing it. And when he was doing it earlier, I remember the tweets were, the Kings lose by 4 to the Jazz. Nice heart shown.
By the way, Moses Moody will play an increased role tomorrow night. He's going to be up to 6 minutes tomorrow night. There were a lot of
full breakdown on the Athletic about his 6 minutes. That
scroll all the way to the bottom and see my Kings recap.
But you brought up something. You brought up something that I think we need to address here.
And shout out to Bryce, who's doing the Lord's work. He said last tweet from Slater was February 3rd, 2022, when Golden State played the Kings.
Right.
That's funny.
Bryce, I'm putting you to work. Find me a pure Kings tweet.
That's hilarious.
Slater. I need to know when the last time that was.
That's
2-3.
hilarious.
That's a long time ago. It's a long time ago. But it was also the Warriors involved. But I want to talk about something.
Okay.
You brought up something. You talk about Anthony Slater. Not even mentioning De'Aaron Fox. I'm sorry. I can't get over how good this guy's playing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I look at what he's doing, and it's just clear as day. I'm not breaking any news or anything like this. But when that jumper is as confident and as pure as it has been as of late, it sends his game to the moon. Because what I'm seeing right now is the shiftiness is back. The handle is a 10 of 10. Like his shiftiness, his quickness is top level in the NBA. When you're talking about some of the top shifty handle guys in the world, he's up there at the top. So he's got that. But now, if he can yank it back on you like he did with Kobe White in that fourth quarter, yank back, pull back, and hit that jump shot. There was a crazy little stat line halfway through the game yesterday. He wasn't even at 30 points. It was like in the first half. Where I wish I would have screenshotted it, but they had like De'Aaron Fox's last 4 games, and it was like 35.3 points, 53% from the field, 40 something from 3. It was. What he's doing is nuts, Damian. It's nuts right now.
His last 5 games, it's 35 points per game, 8 assists, 4 rebounds. He's shooting 76% from 3. He's shooting 76% from free throw line. He's shooting 48% from 3, 52% from the field. 40 minutes per game in the last 3 games. Wow. Or 5 games. Excuse me. Goodness gracious, the last 5 games.
I'm trying to think. I'm gonna bear with me here. I'm gonna try and pull something up. I mean, is this the best basketball we've ever seen him play?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
Last year,
it's gotta be. Since his return from ankle soreness, He's averaging 29.5 points per game, 6.7 assists, 4.3 rebounds, 51% from the field, 39% from three-point range, 39.5 to be fair, and 76% from the free throw line. So it's amazing. It's absolutely incredible. But there is one point that Ken Rudolph made yesterday that is valid. And it's what we've been talking about. I'm not going to pin this solely on Ken. Like, we've talked about this. Yo, you've got to do this. Asking De'Aaron Fox to average 30 points per game for an entire season, probably a bit of a stretch. But playing at this level, playing where you're seemingly locked in a way that we've never seen, that's what we need to see for an entire season.
Yeah.
Now, keep that same energy. I'm not of the belief De'Aaron Fox averaging all of these numbers, no exaggerations, the 29.5, averaging 3%, of close to 40% from three, 51% from the field. I don't think the Kings' record is amazingly different. I do think it's different, but I don't think it's overwhelmingly different because so much. There was such a stretch with this team where the basketball was bad. I think the biggest question, and you brought this up, and I think Hammer co-signed this as well, is that early part of the season. How different would the earliest part of the season had been if De'Aaron was playing at this level, and what would that have meant for Buddy, Marvin, and some of the things that we kind of saw go? Not suggesting Buddy wouldn't still want to be traded, or that Marvin wouldn't still want to be traded, but would they be a little bit more bought in with the team, potentially 3, 4, 5, 6 games above 500 if that's the way the record played out?
Yeah, you just never know. I look at what he's doing right now in March, and we asked, is this the best basketball he's ever played? So far, we're on March 15th. Is today? Yeah, March 15th. So we're halfway through the month. This ain't March 5th, where it's been 3 games. We're how many games is this? I think we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games into this month. 32.3 points a game.
Yeah.
7.4 assists, shooting 43% from beyond the arc, 52% from the field. I look at last year when he went off in March, 29.3 points, 6 assists. He was still only shooting 30% from beyond the arc, 52% from the field in general. In April of last year, 27.3, 7.3 assists, 28% from beyond the arc, 45% from the field. We are witnessing the best basketball he's ever played. This is next level. I like Fox a lot. I liked him when he was drafted. I would have never thought he could get to these levels. What we've seen in March, in the way he's played since the trade deadline, essentially.
Oh boy, fam, we might need to hit the pause button here. I need to go back. I just don't know where to stop. Where are we at here? This is a sample. Bro, we might have forgotten how good De'Aaron was last year. Dude, he was really, really good at the end of last year. I have a 32 game sample size from last year where he's at 28 points per game. Man. That's a 32 game sample size leading into COVID, leading into his bout with COVID. That's about where it stays. I tried to shrink it a little bit, see if it got any higher. Dude, he's got some. It's pretty reminiscent, man. And I guess that's where there's a stretch. God, man, I guess I just blocked this out, dude. There's a stretch of 30, 43, 30, 27, 30. The Kings won one of those games. I'm beginning to think this isn't a De'Aaron Fox problem. So,
look, I see your last year,
yeah.
and I'll raise you.
Oh my!
This year, since that magic mark of January 1st, 2022, he's going 27.6. He's shooting. He's shooting. What is this? 45% from the field, 33% from beyond the arc. Or no, that's not his numbers.
So
I'm sorry. He's shooting 51% from the field, 35% from beyond the arc, 27.2 a night.
I think all we established over the last 5 minutes is De'Aaron's had incredible stretches of basketball and never an incredible season.
That's the next step. Yeah, well, it's one of the next steps that he needs to do it all year long, and he has to find a way. It's not all his fault, but this is the nature of the beast. He has to find a way to turn a great season into W's.
I said that I gave it a 32 game sample size on those last numbers.
Mm-hmm.
The previous 30 games, so that was what I say, 28.2. The previous 30 games, 22.3. Like he jumped that much.
Yeah.
In that what for him was the second half of his season before shutting things down at game 60. That's when he became inactive, and he was inactive for the final 12 games of the year.
And all of this is even more reason why so frustrated with De'Aaron Fox to start the season.
Yeah.
Because in that's only like 7 games, I think. But in October to start the season, he's averaging 18 and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, man. Nah. You're not an 18-point per game scorer. You're just not. And
we kept waiting. We kept waiting. The 37 against San Antonio and a 19-point loss. It was like, oh, there it is. Nope. He had 16 the next night. We'll talk more about the Kings. Also, you'll hear from Donte DiVincenzo. You'll hear what he had to say about last night. You'll hear Alvin Gentry as well. We got Jason Jones coming up. Lots more ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, these numbers are crazy, dude.
And the numbers,
go ahead. These numbers are crazy. Man, that stretch, he was so good last year. This stretch right now does look, it does look better, but I guess it doesn't mean anything for wins and losses. I don't know what the ideal stat line is for De'Aaron Fox either. Did the trade make I'm going to star this one. This is a good one, John Bull. Do we still need another #1? Well, couldn't the other #1 be Sabonis? Because wasn't Domantas Sabonis #1 on Indy? I mean, I think he got the other #1, but the other #1 may not necessarily mean 29 and what do we say, De'Aaron? Was 29 and 8? Maybe it's 22, 12, and 6 or something along those lines. Yeah. And that just feels, but in both of those, well, LeBron obviously can, but Giannis, I mean, that Milwaukee Bucks team is good. I'm going to get those numbers for you right now, John Bull. What did I say? It was a 32-game stretch, right? Yeah, up here when he had 27 points. 48%, John. Wow. 48% from the field, 31% from three-point range, and 75% from the free throw line. So a big difference is the three-point shooting. It's 8 percentages better. Man, this is really fascinating to look at this dude's numbers. It is just perplexing. I don't know, man. De'Aaron's really good. He's really good. I hope Monty does right by him. I hope the team does right by him. But yeah, this stretch since ankle soreness is something. It is something. his lowest output was 20 against Denver. But that's by far his lowest. After that, is it 26? Oh, he's got a 24 in there versus the Knicks. That game was a disaster. Anyways. You know what, man? I don't remember. I really can't remember. I just remember, I feel like it was fine. And I don't know if you're like telling a joke or not, but I honestly can't remember. I don't remember body language being a conversation with that dude at all until this year. I was curious if he got hot, and that's just when he scores a lot, but it seems like no. No, his shooting numbers are better across the board this year versus last year. Yeah, I feel you. Hopefully, I don't know, man. Hopefully, I just really hope they can get it going. Yeah. At this point, I don't even want to know. Honestly, I just don't want to know. Just whatever it was, it worked. Yeah, Fox lost his smile this year. He found that. He found that bad boy. Yeah. I think he's excited about playing with this team. I think he's excited about playing with Domantas Sabonis. It's like, Kenny joked about this last week, but it's it's that hug. It's that picture. It's the Sabonis, Fox picture. Yeah, don't count on that, Ryan. I don't think that's happening, pal. Those things are not coming. And I don't know when he's going to get it. Appreciate you, Jared. Yeah, I guess so. Appreciate you, Jared. Thanks, bro.
Oh, got an update. Slater went from 10-22-21 to 2-3-22 without saying anything about the Kings.
That's funny. Oh, wow. Good call right there, Will Z. All right. I mean, John would know, too. John got them inside sources. John alerted us to it. Like, yeah, I think Fox is going tonight. It's going to be a little weird, but Fox is going. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. Our man Jason Jones set to join us coming up here in just a little bit.
I like that Kanye song. Kanye is just such a conundrum because the song actually goes hard.
He's got plenty. He's got plenty that do. And it's the conundrum, I guess, that is De'Aaron Fox or was De'Aaron Fox. And I guess that
the world may never know.
Does how you feel about De'Aaron Fox have more to do with how you feel about the Sacramento Kings? Like, De'Aaron is having this extraordinary stretch right now, as we just outlined. By the way, not for the first time this year and last year. He's put up incredible numbers, and the team hasn't won. Now, if you're putting that on the shoulders of De'Aaron Fox, it probably means you think either higher of the Kings than you should, or you believe that one player should drag. This is where, Mark Jackson said Steph Curry ruined the NBA. The guy who may have ruined the NBA is Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan was so good, he managed to convince people that his team was bad, and he was regularly dragging them to the NBA championship, which is insanity. And then you have the LeBron James Cleveland Cavaliers years, where there were times he was dragging teams into the playoffs or deep into the playoffs. That's Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Even if you subscribe to either one of those theories being true, and the LeBron one is true. The Michael Jordan one is ridiculous. Players don't do that. The Bucks are loaded. The Bucks got a team. The Miami Heat, they got a squad. Philly, they've got a squad. Like let's go lower on the totem pole. The Minnesota Timberwolves, who we talked about a little bit ago, they're putting something together. The Atlanta Heat got where they got to last year because they're trying to put something together. It's not Karl Anthony Towns dragging a bunch of guys in Timberwolves jerseys somewhere. It's not Trae Young dragging a bunch of guys in Atlanta Hawks jerseys somewhere. They have teams. They have ball clubs right there. And this team is just not good enough right now. And it's frustrating because, as you know, someone noted here in the chat during the commercial break, it feels like De'Aaron's this stretch of incredible basketball, both last year and this year from De'Aaron Fox, it's being wasted. And it's up to Monty McNair to fix that. Monty has to fix that part of it. He can't continue to waste it. We wondering why De'Aaron Fox lost his damn smile. That's why he lost his smile. He looked back at last year like, yo, I was averaging damn near 30 points the final 30 games of the season, and we couldn't get anything out of it. No wonder he was frustrated to start this year. No wonder he lost his smile 4 or 5 games into the season.
I wonder if, because one of the things that I would always ask of De'Aaron Fox is, I need you to shoot more. You talked about rotations earlier. Luke Walton, let the man play. Like let him out there. Like what is he playing? Let him play. If he got to go 40 that night, let him go 40. You know what I mean? So, but the combination of the two, I wonder if that is kind of clicked. Where I think he played 42 last night, 42 minutes, and that's a lot. I know James was on here talking the other day about, you know, playing so many minutes, and especially with De'Aaron Fox being the point guard and having to do so much. You might not want to do that on a regular basis, but the shot attempts is what I am looking at. And that's a sign of aggression for me with him. You know, I'm not
Ruthless
saying you always
aggression?
have to take
Regular aggression.
Ruthless aggression.
Okay. Just making sure.
I'm not saying that you got to take the 32 or the 31 that you took in the Utah and the Dallas game respectively. But you talk about the San Antonio game, 20 shot attempts, 26 points. I like that. You know, 18 against New York, he had 24 points. 23 against Denver, he had 32 points. Like, you should not, in my opinion, you shouldn't be taking any less than 18 ever. Get him up. You know what I mean? And you look back to some of his poor games at the beginning of the season, you know, out of Dallas game where he only scored 14 points, 16 shot attempts. And I remember that game. A lot of those were towards the end of the game. You know, he had another one with 14, 15 shot attempts. Like, it's not good enough. I want to see the aggression. 13 shot attempts against Portland. I need to see the aggression from him because I think it sets the tone for everything when he does that. When he's aggressive, sets the tone for his game and for everybody else around him.
And Monty's just got to recognize he can't waste any more of De'Aaron's years, and he can't risk De'Aaron losing his smile again next year. I do have to reference this because it is so insanely offensive. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Off topic
That's
says
all the same thing.
Call me Brandy because I love Fox's smile.
The disrespect.
That's Shanice, bro.
The disrespect to Flex's wife, Shanice.
Off topic. No disrespect. Come on, man. That's Shanice. Shanice was that's is it Flex Alexander?
Yeah.
Is it, yeah.
And I'm only just showing love to the beautiful union of those two because I love me some Shanice by herself.
I saw that immediately. Girl. I was like, hold on, off topic. We ain't gonna let that slide.
That's why we're a great show because I saw it at the same time. I was like, oh no, we may need to address this.
No, we're gonna have to address
it. Almost started.
Sometimes you just let the comments in YouTube. A lot of times, the comments in the chat section, you just let them ride. We're not gonna let the disrespect of do. I love your smile.
And look, I'm also gonna say this. That man Breezy, he did a great remake of that with that beat. Wow, man.
Okay,
I just got to put it out there. because we all know it came from Shanice, but
it's about Shanice.
But Breezy did it justice. Mrs. P would appreciate that.
Okay, well, Miss P definitely would appreciate it. There's no question about that. Miss P would also appreciate the performance from Harrison Barnes last night, who didn't have the stat line we would like to see from Harrison, but it didn't really matter because it felt like he made a massive impact on the game defensively. Felt like he made a really, really massive impact on the game at the end defensively, and he got one key bucket that the Sacramento Kings desperately needed. Harrison Barnes, trying to hold what was one of the better Kings defensive efforts together there at the end and not let another 20-point lead disappear.
Yeah. He
21 to be exact.
They were cooking at the end of the half. And saw it all go away like it normally does. But he did some things at the end of that game specifically that had been missing to close out. When you talk about defense, making the right play, he didn't make a ton of free throws, but he had some clutch free throws to stop a run. I think he had another jump shot, or no, it was a layup. That's what it was. Attack the basket to kind of slow down a run again. He made some winning plays at the end of that game. And I'm not going to sit up here and say he played like this great game. I'm not going to say that because I don't think that happened, but he was effective, right? What was going on with his game was impactful, and it went beyond the stat line, almost like a Draymond Green type game, right? Like people want to talk about that.
Good luck leaving him off the top 75 with games like that.
So, I liked Harrison's game. I think with his role though, you're gonna need some more points more often than not. But I like this game.
Definitely. Yeah. That was cool. Time and place, HB. It worked last night. Yeah. Hey, don't do it tomorrow.
Do not make this
don't do that tomorrow. Like we're gonna need to see HB with a higher point. Going to need to see that same defensive effort. Going to need to see that same defensive impact. I think the effort is always there. That was a bad choice of words. Need to see that defensive impact. But also going to need you to get that shot cooking like you have so many times this year, because it's going to take a lot for the Sacramento Kings to get a second straight win against the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow. And I feel like the formula is, and I could be wrong, could look into this, I feel like it's lose 4, win 1. Lose 4, win 1. Well, got Milwaukee coming up. You got Boston coming up. You got Phoenix coming. It's lining up pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Not exactly what we want to see here, but.
Hey, let me ask you something that we talked about earlier, and I don't know if I really got your response. I'm interested in what you think about this. I talked about how one of the things that I feel like we should do collectively as Kings fans and people that watch this team as we close out the season is we should look a little more in depth to more so how they're playing as opposed to the wins and losses. And I say that because I feel like they've played good basketball. I think they played good basketball. They haven't, been able to close the deal and win games, and that's the most important thing at the end of the day. But we're also being real with ourselves. We're not talking like they have 72 games left in the season. They got 12 games or 4 back. Like winning isn't at this point how they're playing and how they go into and what kind of signs they show going into the offseason. I think I'm not going to say it's more than winning, but it's just as important. And I look at how they're playing. They're playing well. I think they're playing well. They've got to shore some things up, but I think they're playing well.
Yeah. So overall, I mean, the Knicks game's tough, right? Because you're up in that game,
but that's
and you
part
wind
of
up.
That's part of playing well.
But you wind up losing that game by 16, though. It's not like the Dallas game. The Dallas game you could sell me on. Like, that's frustrating. And Dallas is a playoff team. The Knicks are struggling. Like, you were up on the Knicks 20, and you just like great Denny Green would say, you let them off the hook. You let them not only come back, but then you let them beat you by 16. Yeah, there was like 3 games. There was like 3 games rolled up into one right there.
It was. I'll defend them a little bit on the Knicks game. The Knicks, they couldn't miss.
Okay.
They couldn't miss. And it wasn't like, oh,
Fair
you
enough.
were getting layups. Like they had guys hitting step back threes from 29 feet away.
Fair enough. Defend the Pelicans game.
Oh, there is no defense of that.
Okay. Then there's the Brooklyn game, which we all remember that one. And then they lost by 18 to Denver. So overall, I get the gist of your point. And I told you, I think I want to amend it a little bit and say the Kings have had moments where they've played really well. Overall, sure. It's hard to get past that Pelicans game where they lose by 30. It's hard to get past that New York Knicks game. Yes, they hit everything. It was a 46-point swing in that game. Or 43 point. That's tough. And it's all in this same stretch where we're like, yeah, but they're playing okay. Like, they're playing well. They built that big lead against San Antonio. You're right. They blew it, but they managed to win that one, unlike the Dallas and New York game, which they lost.
Yeah, I like I said, if I had to put a grade on how they're playing right now, I'd put them. It's hard to go for a B when you're not winning, but a C, a solid C.
Okay, all right.
Trekking towards a C plus.
And you had a couple. I mean, there were a suspension and a berth. Congratulations to Domantas Sabonis.
Did you see yesterday when the Kings bench was up? And I said the same thing watching it. When the Kings bench was up in arms after DeRozan threw the ball at the end of the half.
Yeah, I did.
I said the same thing. I said, hey, they went into the crowd. They went into the crowd. Get him out of here. Get him out.
Narrator, he was not thrown out. Nor will he be suspended. Really, I think the big story last night, I think for some Kings fans who are like, aha, that's what we've been waiting for, is Donte DiVincenzo. Donte DiVincenzo made his first start with the Sacramento Kings last night, and he talked about the team playing with a little bit of confidence.
Confidence is a hell of a thing. And I think for not just me, I'm just talking in general from top to bottom. I think we came out tonight and played with a lot of confidence. Even if we missed 2-3 shots in a row, they made a run. We still came down. We had confidence, and that's contagious. I think so. We have an amazing group of guys in that locker room, and when we don't get down on ourselves, when we don't get down on each other, and we play with that confidence, and we have that confidence even in the locker room, good things happen for us.
And he was also asked about what this team could become with Fox and Sabonis leading the way.
Be really good, honestly, straightforward. I think we can be really good. And the beauty about us is if you look at that first half, when that ball is popping and moving from side to side and guys are cutting, guys are swinging at extra passes and passing up good shots to get great shots, that's when you go up 20. And with this team, with those two, is when things kind of get out of rhythm and out of whack. You can call their number, run the pick and roll, and we get a good shot. So I think they make the right decisions. And going forward, is those two guys, they can carry us a long way.
Cool, calm, and collected right there. Donte DiVincenzo after his first start with the Sacramento Kings. 34 minutes for him last night. 15 points, 7 rebounds. I'm going to need an explanation from Alvin Gentry if Donte DiVincenzo isn't the starter versus his former Milwaukee Bucks teammates tomorrow night at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, I'm with everybody else with this one. I mean, this should be the starting lineup for the rest of the season. I don't see any reason why not. You got a guy in Donte DiVincenzo that you're considering. We think it's a foregone conclusion, but maybe they're still considering bringing him back next year. And yeah, you probably want to upgrade at that position, through trade or through free agency, but you got to know what you have if you're looking for him to start or if you're looking for him to play a big role, because I would assume with the money that you'd be paying him to come back, he's going to be a guy that plays a big role with this franchise. So I say all this to say, you need to know exactly what you're getting in Donte DiVincenzo. You need to see him not just in the starter's role, but coming off the bench in every role possible. Now, the reason why I say let's see him start for the rest of the season is we've seen him on the bench role. All right, we've seen enough. We don't need to see that anymore. Now let's see what the starting role is looking like. And to your point, I'm not sure how Alvin cannot start him tomorrow night against the Bucks.
And no knock on, and I think rightfully so, given that starting nod. We talked a lot about Donte DiVincenzo. I don't think we can ignore the fact you had Donte going to the starting lineup with De'Aaron. You had Justin Holiday out. Jeremy Lamb was out as well.
Mm-hmm.
Davion was like he had clearly defined bench role yesterday.
Yeah.
Yo, Davion had a nice little night too, playing 26 minutes and 16 points and having that usual Davion Mitchell impact on the defensive end.
I agree.
I can't ignore. I can't think that that's an accident or a coincidence, if you will. Like that, those things have got to be related. And unless Justin Holiday and Jeremy Lamb are a big part of your future, no knock on either one of those. No knock on either one of those two guys. Let's try to get some cohesion going here with Davion, Donte, and De'Aaron.
100%. I like those guys. I like Jeremy and Justin in a different type of role. I think they can bring something to the table. But if you're Monty McNair, if you're the new coach that's coming in, if you feel like them being on the roster and their playing time is at the detriment of and stunning the growth of somebody like Davion Mitchell, you got to ride with Davion and give him everything he needs to be successful. You spent the number 9 pick on him. He's a guy that is still on a rookie contract when you want to talk about that. And he's vital for what you do. He's vital for what you do on the defensive end, what you're doing coming off your bench offensively. You got to give him every opportunity to be successful. And not saying that he has a problem with Justin Holiday or Jeremy Lamb, but if there's any indecision with what he's doing out there on the court because he's not sure what his role is going to be, you got to find a way to eliminate that.
916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Rob, right here. Rob, what's happening, brother?
Oh, man, you know this is Rob from NCOA basketball summer camp.
Okay.
From which camp?
From NCOA high school basketball summer camp. The one that you years ago you were our keynote speaker, Damien.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, wait a minute.
It's been a while, man.
I'm old.
Hey, yeah, you are. It's my first chance to call. Hey, Donte DiVincenzo. He's a restricted free agent, right?
Yep. Well, if they do the qualifying offer, he is.
Okay, so another team can offer him or sign him to a offer sheet in off season, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what are the chances that Monty McNair is not playing him right now because he doesn't want to expose him to that, where they would have to match an offer?
Yeah, I get the conspiracy thing. conspiracy. Monty McNair's not the coach, and I'm sure he has influence on these types of things, as we've always heard, dating back to his days with Houston. Like how much? It's the Sacramento Kings. It's the final 12 games of the year. How much is Donte DiVincenzo really going to drive his price up? And that's not a knock on him at all. Like we're talking about a 12-game stretch with the Sacramento Kings.
The market is set.
I don't do. Oh my gosh, we've got to offer. I was going to only offer him $6 million, but man, after that final 12 games with the Sacramento Kings, I think we've got to offer him 15 now. Oh man, like I get it, and I know Ham even kind of floated that out there a little bit. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
The other thing about that, if I was Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings, I wouldn't even play that game because if I'm Donte DiVincenzo, now you're messing with my money. And I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. It just creates bad vibes. You know, we're all about vibes here. We be vibing out. Just bad vibes. Yeah. Like I could have made $9 million, but you didn't play me, and that's being high. I don't even think he is, but I could have made $6 million, but because you guys didn't play me, I have to settle for this $3 million a year.
Also, I feel like we're ignoring probably the easiest thing to discuss. Couldn't they have done that with Rashawn?
Yeah.
Like if you believe that they would do something like that, wouldn't they have just like, oh, let's sit Rashawn here. We don't want anybody going after him here when he's a free agent or whatever his exact title was.
Yeah, you're right. No, so I don't
I get why people think like that.
Yeah,
it's the Kings.
But
you overthink
thought
things,
makes sense. But I
so.
don't think they're messing around with that.
Yeah, Donte's price tag, in my opinion, his services, they're not going to skyrocket here.
Yeah.
I want to bring this Willsy stat back here, which we starred here on the feed. Mo Harkless, 24 starts, 21 games off the bench, 25 DMPs. Freeport, Chibezi Metu, 20 starts, 28 games off the bench, 22 DMPs.
That's crazy.
Holy crap.
How do you have that many starts and that many DMPs? That doesn't make any sense.
Crazy.
No.
That is absolutely nuts. Here's another question. You know what? We might have to let this marinate here for a minute and bring it up when Jason Jones joins us. But John Bull threw this question up here during a commercial break, and I thought it would be worth visiting here on the show. You too can throw your questions at us. Switch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We're on Facebook Live as well. All of your comments, regardless of the platform, come straight to us on the same screen, so we see them all. But John Bull said, did the trade make Fox that guy again, or do we still need another number one? I think there's a couple of things there we're talking about, which we'll do. And we'll talk about one of your favorite Kings, one of our favorite Kings, Amon Shumpert. He recently spoke to Jason Jones, who joins us next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Boy, they in here. They working today. Man. Hey, I guess that means we're popular, so. Do what? Oh, Manny. I ain't even seen him. Yeah, we can get Manny. You know, Jason will come in when he's ready. Yeah, we do that. Dude, that's big facts, Dr. David. That's facts. Hey, we appreciate it. Hashtag all views matter. There you go. There you go. Off topic. Get at it. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Tyler. True that.
It's just the inconsistencies.
If I wasn't so damn slow. Good Lord.
Is that honestly? I don't know. Is that a trick question?
Like
Hey, this I never really got any run out of this one.
That's blue chipper right there.
That's true.
Who said that?
You gotta start working.
That's blue chipper right there.
That's JR about the rock.
Oh, that was Jesse who said that. No, I thought that was a drop. The King suck.
I
said, oh.
Never got any run with
At
this
this
one.
point, I don't care about that man, honestly.
Yeah, first I wasn't done yet.
I'll keep that one.
That's a good one. That's a good one right there. That's blue chipper right there.
That's blue chipper right there.
He's a clown.
Indeed. I don't want to overhype this. We got some cool stuff dropping on the website soon. Got some cool stuff here. Certified Drake bars.
Certified. Long Beach State versus Cal Lutheran Baptist, I think. Cal Baptist, excuse me. In softball.
Oh, of course.
It's my daily softball game that I watch.
All right. Watch a softball game every day.
Oh man. Long Beach State.
Will W.
Great school to go to.
These hoodies we are wearing will not be dropping. It's not the plan. We still have the Donte DiVincenzo version of this. Because this isn't it. This is the straight off-white Virgil Abloh. We have a Donte DiVincenzo version that we'll put together in a different way. But these hoodies are about to be exclusives.
So check this out. Where is it at? Jason Dumas, who we like, we respect, he's cool.
Yeah.
Source: despite multiple refuted reports, I've been told that there is in fact mutual interest between the 49ers and Deshaun Watson, and that is actually one of Deshaun's preferred destinations. Take that for what it's worth.
I just don't.
I believe that there is interest. I believe that there is talking. I like you say, I don't know how it gets done.
How do you even responsibly have this conversation?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think if
you obviously include Trey,
mm-hmm.
but I don't know where you're grabbing the rest of the capital from.
Yeah, you might throw in another player. You might throw it. Oh.
Is Deshaun Watson going to be a 49er or not? Goodness gracious.
It's back up again because there was a guy, Jason Dumas, who we like. There's no shame with Jason Dumas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
We fool with him. He had a tweet about an hour ago. He said, source: despite multiple refuted reports, I've been told that there is in fact mutual interest between the 49ers and Deshaun Watson, and that is actually one of Deshaun's preferred destinations. Take that for what it's worth.
I can understand it from Deshaun's perspective,
mm-hmm.
and I can understand the 49ers going, yeah, we'd like Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
What I can't compute is how you make this work, because part of the reason for the rookie quarterback wasn't just the fact that you didn't believe that Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't stay healthy. It was you needed money to spend. Well, now with Deshaun Watson, you're bringing money back. So in addition to Trey Lance going, somebody who makes a lot of money for the San Francisco 49ers that you probably really like is being traded. I don't know who that is, but they gone.
And look, it's the thing that we always talk about. There talks I'm sure talks can happen.
Mm-hmm.
What happens in those talks, that's something that needs to be clear. The Texans could have called the 49ers. Hell, the 49ers could have called the Texans. Like, hey, what's going on over here? What's going on? I'm just asking, what's going on? You know,
what's my man's name again? McCain. I want to say John McCain, but I feel like that's
I think it's Peter McCain.
No, I don't think it's Peter. Oh, with an L. Okay. What's the character's name from Die Hard?
Oh, it's not my bag. I haven't seen Die Hard. And I don't care if it's a Christmas movie or not.
I don't know. I don't know what the hell this guy's Twitter feed is, but he is the Texans guy. Jesse, figure out who McClain is and tell if he's tweeted about the 49ers and Deshaun Watson. If he has, that means the Texans are in.
Right. now we got action.
If he's tweeting about it, the Texans are in on this. 916-349-1320. Jason Jones will join us shortly. Let's get Manny in here right quick. Manny, what's good, baby?
What's up, fellas?
Wake up, Manny. It's not night chat, bro. Wake up.
Hey, it was a rough game to watch yesterday. It was a rough game to watch.
Did you go there yesterday? Were you with all your people, your Bulls people?
No, I wasn't with the MJ fans. No, I wasn't. I stayed and watched it with my daughter, who's a real Bulls fan.
Now, hold on. Manny, if these people are MJ fans, they've been fans for like 20, 30 years.
I don't buy it. I think they wear them jerseys when half of them wear that jersey for that one game, and then they switch over to Sacramento Kings jerseys afterwards, like Clark Kent. I don't believe it, man.
Manny, what do you want? What do you want, Manny? Because nobody feels bad that your Chicago Bulls lost the game.
No, I don't either. I have to be honest. No, it was good. I liked watching it. I was excited to watch how they played defense and their schemes that they ran on them, and I thought that was good to see, and more importantly, to see them after a 20-point lead dwindle, kind of learn how to win that type of game no matter what. Like they learned how to finish it. That's everything. I think that's the start of stuff right there.
For sure.
Manny, I hope so.
Manny, real quick, just the point that we talked about earlier, you've been out here for a long time. I mean, that Chicago crowd, that was nothing new. That happens every time they come here, right?
It seems like every time I've been there, they pack it in for sure. That's
good old WGN crowd.
All right, we appreciate you, man. Manny, take an energy drink next time I call.
Manny, take some C4.
Call him like this night chat and Deuce just started taking calls at 11:30. Like, come on, man. What's up, yo? He calling like he calling like we got that music playing in the background.
Oh yeah,
like he trying to get in here. He trying to get in here.
Oh, we got that music playing.
Hey, this Manny. You know what it is? Hold up, man. If we can get Jason Jones' camera to work, Jason Jones will be joining us here in just a minute here on 132.0 Smooth Jazz. Let's bring in Jason Jones here.
What did I walk in on?
What's up, man? No, we just having fun, bro. That's all it is, man. We just having fun.
Teams beat the Bulls, and I come into an R&B session.
That's what it is, man.
Come on now. We cover it all around here, man.
Do what you got to do, you know. I know how it is.
Hey, let's bring Jason into this question. John Bull threw out here earlier. Before we dive into I want to talk about your Iman Shumpert conversation and all of that as well. But John Bull asked, did the trade make Fox that guy again, or do we still need another number one? And as we were talking earlier, and Jason, actually, before I give you what I think, I'm curious, like what you think.
I think right now he's Sacramento's number one, but I mean, it's really about, is it more Sabonis? Is Sabonis allowing him to be this? So does that make Sabonis number one? I don't know. I just know that in order for De'Aaron to be the player that they need him to be, you had to get him some better players around him. So maybe he is the number one now that he's got a legit option on the team doesn't play the same position. And that was always going to be the thing with Tyrese. We talked about it all year. You know, can Tyrese be his best without the ball in his hand all the time? We knew De'Aaron couldn't. So, I think it still remains to be seen if he can be a number one on a good team. He's their number one guy. But, it may be this time a year from now that he may be the number one guy, but maybe Sabonis is the most valuable guy. There's going to be different. I think it could play out a bunch of different ways, but definitely adding Sabonis has clearly helped De'Aaron's production, because now there is no question about, I know De'Aaron's talked about in the past about not always having to be the guy to bring the ball up, and he likes to play off the ball sometimes too. But it's one thing when playing off the ball, it means Tyrese having it. Another thing is when you're playing off the ball and Sabonis is setting you up with, like he did in the fourth quarter with that cut to the basket. There's different ways of playing off the ball. So I think, you can say De'Aaron's the number one guy, but I think it wouldn't hurt if you had one more option to say, okay, you know what? Maybe you get some stud wing player and say, okay, you know what? Maybe De'Aaron's technically, quote, number two. But when you got better talent, those are much more easier, much more fun to debate.
And to be honest with you, I still feel that De'Aaron Fox is best, and the Kings would be at best if you had somebody like De'Aaron. Where if people want to argue about who's one, who's two, that's fine. Whatever the case may be, you just need somebody at the same level of De'Aaron or maybe slightly above. And I think that's where you get the best out of him. And because, like I said, if you got somebody that's at the same level, which you can make the argument right now, Sabonis is the same level, same tier player, talent-wise, as De'Aaron Fox. You see what he's able to do. You know what I mean? So you just need somebody at that level, maybe slightly above. You get the best out of De'Aaron Fox, and I think that's when this team will take off. I think they need another player kind of like that again, like another step.
Yeah, definitely. When they made the trade, I said, this trade is for De'Aaron. You're already all in on De'Aaron. You've got to do what you can to make this team better. And we saw in previous incarnations of this team during its many rebuilds, when DeMarcus was their best player, did they really do what they could to make DeMarcus, to maximize him? I'd argue they didn't. They never got shooters around him. You had a dominant big man and you didn't have shooters. So I think, in this case, they're really doing what they can to maximize what they have with De'Aaron. And, there's still people who say they should have kept Tyrese, but, we're only going to be that no matter what. But once you gave De'Aaron the max deal, or should I say when he signed, I don't say they gave it to him. It wasn't like he was just standing on the corner. And they just said, here's a bunch of money, He earned the money, whether you think he did or not. He earned his contract. Now that he has that contract, the franchise, in essence, owes it to him to give him the best chance at succeeding.
Jason, how do you? We were like, De'Aaron has some streaks where he's just incredible. Obviously, he's on one right now where he's averaging like 30+ points per game. And it's probably a bit unfair to call what he did last year. We focus on him closing out the season. The fact is, he played, I think it was 60 games last year. For 30 of them, he was averaging like 28 points per game. He wasn't shooting at the same clip that he is right now, but I think we had 6.5 points higher than what he was doing the first 30. How do you explain these stretches where he just seems to like literally catch fire as an offensive player regularly?
That's one thing that this staff has tried to figure out. Just, and even De'Aaron has said one of the problems he has is that when he's on, but when he's off, his off night has to be like 23 points. His off night goes, from 30 to 14, and they can't win with him playing like that. It's just about finding that balance. I mean, because when he's on, he's definitely, all-star caliber player. But when he's off, it's like, why in the world is this guy getting made so much money? Like, what is he doing here? So if his off night can be 23 points, 7 assists, you can live with that. The problem is that his pattern has been when he's on, he's NBA player of the week, player of the month type player.
Yeah.
When he's off, it's why can't we trade this guy?
Right.
And you've got to get, like the way he started the season, it was just like, oh God, people were legitimately wondering, hey, did he get paid and just mail it in this year? What's going on? But you see when he's on, I mean, I remember everything like the Dave Yeager used to say, when he decides that he wants to play fast and run, no one's going to stay in front of him.
Yeah.
You just have to decide to do it. And I've asked, I would ask De'Aaron kind of what happened. He'd be like, man, I don't know. And that's kind of just how he is, but he knows it. It's a matter of, okay, now, De'Aaron, we know what it, I think he learned last year too, and even the beginning of this year, it's hard to play at that level consistently. It's not easy. It's, and I've had coaches tell me the great ones play at the level he's at in an 82-game season, about 60 games. Like, for a fact, 3/4 of the games De'Aaron plays in, he's good for 27, 28 points. Now you're talking about, maybe you can make him, start to make a league. You look around the league, once John Morant hit that where you knew what you were getting every night just about, look what happened with Memphis. Look what's happening with Minnesota. Once, as, guys like Edwards started to figure it out and, also to go with Towns, which speaks to the whole idea of getting De'Aaron help. As they start to figure it out, the wins come. And as I think if De'Aaron can figure this out over the course of an entire season, now you got a chance. But what they couldn't afford, which is what happened, was he went through about, the first however many games it was where you're just going, my God, what are we going to get night to night?
All right. Do you see anything different with Fox with this hot stretch as opposed to, the ones he had? It seems like he has one or two each year, each season. But do you see anything different? I feel like the three ball for me is a little more consistent, and he's shooting it with a little more confidence than he has in the past. Is there anything different that you see?
Definitely the three ball more consistently. If he can if he's hitting threes, I mean, I never say anyone's impossible to guard, but he's pretty close to impossible to guard if he's hitting threes, because, probably count on one hand, if that, guys who can stay in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
If he's going downhill, good luck. And like I said, I like that play in the fourth quarter last night where he's cutting to the rim and Sabonis finds him, because the speed isn't just about when he has the ball in his hand. Do you really want, who wants to chase De'Aaron Fox around the court? And because he's so fast, Sabonis didn't need a humongous window for that pass.
Right.
Once De'Aaron's gone, he's gone.
Right.
So I think the three ball, and then I think also, like I said, because you have a guy he can play off of now in those situations where he doesn't have the ball, you see him be able to create offense in different ways. And he's also making free throws for the most part now.
Yeah.
And that's been I said all last season, he made his free throws, he averages 27 easy. 27, 20, but the free throws were so up and down. He's gotten a lot more consistent from the line. If he gets to about, if he can stay at 75, get to about 80, now I'll and score at this rate consistently. Now I'll hear your maybe De'Aaron's getting close to being an all-star type player, because if he's doing that, there are going to be more wins that follow with it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Donte DiVincenzo had a hell of a performance last night. Oh, by the way, did you shed a thug tear when Alex Caruso returned to the when you saw your boy Alex Caruso?
I did. I did. Us in LA, we missed the GOAT. Every time we see THT dribble the ball out of bounds or whatever, we say, our boy Caruso. Our boy. This is tough. It's got tough for LA folks. You got Lonzo in Chicago. You got DeMar from Compton. And you got, maybe the second most popular Laker from their title team in Caruso. You got LeBron, Caruso, then I'll give you AD. Caruso was still the man in LA. I saw some little poll about most hated players in the league. In LA, the most hated player was Grayson Allen.
Oh, jeez.
Because he hurt Caruso.
What happened why didn't they sign Caruso? Did they let him go, or they didn't have no money?
It's a luxury tax thing. Yeah. The Lakers are a big market team that plays that balance of, we don't want to go into the tax, and and they made a mistake. They blew it on that, because a lot of times you don't realize how important the guy is until he's gone. And two guys that some of those vets complained about them letting walk were Caruso and Jared Dudley. Jared Dudley, folks laughed like, oh, come on, really? But you need some glue guys sometime. And they sacrificed those guys. And like I said, it basically came that they chose basically THT over Caruso. And I just like, I figure if you keep those guys together, maybe you're in the playoffs, and like right now, I don't want to see them in the playoffs. I don't need to see Phoenix destroy them. but you make that money up on the back end with your playoff run. But they made some financial decisions, and I think they're paying for those. One of them being probably not paying to get Scott Brooks on staff, a guy who knew Russell Westbrook well. They're paying for it now.
This question doesn't seem crazy. Like, what's easier to fix, the Lakers or the Kings? Because the Lakers are in like financial hell. Like, they don't have any control over anything. Like, if they can't move Russ, they're stuck.
Yeah, they don't have their draft pick. They've got
they need a hand from heaven. They need somebody to bail them out to get out of this thing.
They need a bad team that says, I want a bunch of cap space. We'll take Russ and buy him out. That's what it comes down to. So, that's what it comes down to. I mean, I still would probably say the Lakers are easier because they still have LeBron and AD.
Mm-hmm.
And if you got those two, if you're just somewhat competent, what you put around them, you should at least be a playoff team.
But do you have AD?
You got AD. A lot of games he missed. A lot of games he missed in New Orleans where they were trying to lose and get a better draft pick games.
They're not moving them
this year. I can't get mad at the injuries this year. I mean, the first one was like a football injury. LeBron pushed the guy into his knee. You know, I mean, I'll never fault the guy for having a legit. I mean, now if he had stubbed his toe when he was milking it, but I mean, those were some nasty injuries he had. But I mean, you assume AD's health, and I always assume everyone's going to be healthy. I don't go in saying I don't want to look at New Orleans and assume that Zion won't play at all, next year or anything like that. But I think if you're assuming you have those two guys, and LeBron doesn't fall off a cliff next season. You should be a playoff team. This thing, I don't know. I can't even watch them most nights now. I mean, it's just. I mean, it's like hearing like a Kings press conference. Sometimes we just got to try hard. Like what? I mean, I heard that for over a decade, and now I'm hearing we just got to try hard. One time Russ said, "It feels like the game plan against us is just try harder and you'll beat them."
That's nasty.
Yeah, so yeah, wow. they're a walking shame. Before the basketball gods, the basketball gods are not pleased with the Lakers. I can't stand them. They're my least favorite Laker team in my entire life, I do not want to see this. Their only one of my buddies said their only possibility to where they're not just loathed is that if they get AD back. And they can sneak in and maybe pull off an upset, but AD's not going to fix that. They look like a team that wants to go to Cancun. When I watch them, they look like a team that says, you know what, we can't win it all. So why do we even want to bother? And in fact, I think James Worthy even said that. They look like a team that said, hey, you know what, we're not that good. We don't care. But the problem is the other teams below them won't take them out the play-in. No matter how much they lose, no one will catch them. No one has caught them yet, and as long as LeBron's, piling up points, they're going to win a few games because, LeBron might go for 53 or 4 more times, and get them a few more wins.
Look, pulling off an upset for the Lakers now is winning in the play-in.
No, an upset now is like not being down by 20 in a game.
It ain't pulling off an upset and winning the series.
They're like in moral victory territory now. Like, oh, you got to host New Orleans in a playing game. Let's just hope you guys keep it close and have a chance in the fourth. That's where I am with it. I'm like, maybe they'll compete tonight. Maybe they'll actually run back on defense, or I'm sick of them. They're unwatchable.
Hey, and I like watching them. Hey, Jason.
Of course you do. I like watching the NFC Championship game too.
Good luck with Russell Wilson and Khalil Mack coming back to the AFC West. But I know you wanted to talk about Donte DiVincenzo, but I wanted to ask Jason this real quick because we were talking about Fox, and we talked about Karl Anthony Towns earlier in the show. And he has 60 last night. They're going to get to the playoffs, or at least the play-in. They're playing really well. And it was not alarming, but it was just shocking to me that he's still only 26 years old. And I thought back to everything that happened with Jimmy Butler. And I was like, well, you had to be looking back at that. What is he, 21, 22 when all that was happening?
Probably about 23.
And 22, 23. I mean, like, he wasn't even a super grown man at that point. And I'm sure if you ask him right now, hey, how would you have handled it now if Jimmy put you in that situation? He'd handle it completely differently. And I equated that to De'Aaron Fox. And even you go back to, you don't even have to go back years for him, maybe 3 or 4 months ago to the beginning of this season. And he was only 20. I think he had turned 24 at that point. If not, he was 23, 24. He didn't handle the start of the season the right way. He seemed like he was overwhelmed. He was unprepared for everything that was on his plate. And I think we get with these guys sometimes and we forget how young they really are sometimes, and just how you go about things at 24 years old is not how you're going to go about them sometimes when you're 28 years old. When I'm guilty of it, lose sight of it sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it. I know I have a bad habit of calling players kids as I got older, not in a disrespectful term, but like I'm talking to De'Aaron, he's a rookie. I'm telling him that I play, because he's like playing video games. I'm like, I played that game in college. He's like, then I realized I'm like his father's age. So it's like when I met, I was used to calling guys like, his dad, like, hey, Mr. Fox. I'm like, realize he finished high school around the same time. So you forget sometimes just, and all these guys will give you moments where you'll realize, wow, he's really young, and even to the fact with, the fact that when Kobe passed, these guys didn't see Michael Jordan play. Like they literally were not alive.
Mm-hmm.
So you realize that was their joy, and they give you moments when you remember they really are, they're really young, and guys mature at different rates sometimes. And they always say that us men don't mature, or our brains aren't done until we're like 27, 28. And I know some of the dumb things I did at 23, 24, 25, give you say 34, 35, but sometimes you just forget. It's easy to forget that, these, I remember time even De'Aaron said one time, he thought about it one time. He was like in year 3 in the league. The rest of his friends from Kentucky were about to graduate from college. So like we started college together. They're graduating. I've been a millionaire for 3 years, and he gave me millions of dollars at 19, 20. Only Lord knows what I would be right now. I'd be a bigger fool than I already am, and I'd have bought about 10 chains and everything. I still gonna buy a chain one day. I don't know how, but
it's like
you forget a lot of times how young these guys are, and in a lot of cases, you're coming into a grown man's league, and a lot of these guys haven't dealt with grown men. Like Jimmy Butler's a grown man.
Mm-hmm.
He's got no time for Karl Anthony Towns and Wiggins being kids.
Mm-hmm.
He's got no time for it, and his, at that point with Jimmy, he's, probably thinking he's closer to the end of his career than the beginning in terms of as a peak guy. He's not waiting for these guys to figure out how to be pros.
Right.
That's how guys like, guys waste their prime years. That's why coaches get fired, because young guys are figuring it out.
Mm-hmm.
Our brains develop slower because we watch professional wrestling into our 40s.
Yeah.
We watch Raw into our 40s.
Yeah, that's one episode. That is just one episode we watch into our 40s.
One segment.
One segment of talking. Probably involving Seth Rollins. You talked to, speaking of talking, there's a segue, Iman Shumpert. Is Shump done? Like he just, is he done playing ball?
He doesn't think he's done, but his thing is he's not going to disrupt his life for a 10-day contract. He's got his daughters at home. His wife is obviously pretty busy, and like he told me, it's a lot for him to say, let me rearrange my, after I've told my daughters daddy will be home these days this month, I'm going to rearrange my life for a 10-day where for 5 of those days we may not have a game, a couple of games you may not even play, and then you get to go back home. I mean, he's doing his music, he's doing his fashion, he's acting, he's dancing. He said that he's open to playing for a real opportunity. But for him at 31 years old, a 10-day just to say, like they're giving out those 10 days for COVID. One of those for him is not worth interrupting his life. He's got too much going on. He's really enjoying this space he's in right now in terms of being creative, exploring all these different avenues as far as, his artistic stuff. Because he said in the story, as he got better in basketball, people told him, shut that stuff off. Let me talk about music and you want to act. Don't be talking about that. You got to be about ball all day. And a lot of athletes struggle with that because they'll tell you, it's almost unfair. There's 24 hours in a day and people act like they're slouches if every moment of that day away from the games we see, they're not at the gym.
Willie Cauley-Stein. Willie wanted to be an artist.
Yeah. But some of Willie's was on the court too. But
no doubt. But
Willie just didn't know. He was like, I don't care. I'm an artist. I like doing these other things. And a lot of times we give these guys a lot of slack for being human beings. I know guys were on Marvin, like, why Marvin want to rap? You know, when, you know, he, you know, like, well, what are you supposed to do? Sit around in rehab for 16 hours? You know, and then you got to the social media era where guys are recording their workouts and like, I'm in the gym, and I'm like, that is the phoniest. And people get wrapped up. Oh, he put a video out. I said, he's not going to put the video out him missing shots. He ain't going to put the video out where he fell down. If some of these videos are so well edited, it's like, come on, you guys fall for this? They're like, oh, he's working. He's working. I'm like, that was a 60-second clip. Are you really that gullible?
Oh,
so, I mean, so much of this is just performative, and guys who are willing to come out and just say, hey, I'm going to do what I want to do in my spare time, get looked at weird, you know. And Mon said he just feels like free. You know, he can, you know, he wants to act, he can act, you know. And like I even told him, his character in The Chi, he almost plays that so good. I'm like, dang, man, what's good? You know, and he hasn't done a lot of sports interviews with people from sports, you know, publications and speak, you know, lately. The fact that he played for the Kings and he knew me was why he talked to me. You know, but he really hasn't sought out a lot of sports publications, you know. He's wrapping up the tour for Dancing with the Stars tomorrow. He did about half the dates. He says he doesn't really practice. You know, he doesn't like work out to dance. He just dances, you know, and he's loved that experience. You know, he said it was a different kind of dance because he's used to dancing, you know, but the songs you're dancing to on the show aren't what he normally would dance to or how he would dance to them. You know, but he's loving life right now, and unless like a real like standard deal comes about, I can't see him dropping everything so he can go sit at the end of the bench for a couple of weeks.
We see this in football often, and you know, because they do different movies and they get into wrestling, things of that nature. I was trying to think, and I could be blowing a very obvious one. How many basketball players have you seen have another career like this where Dancing with the Stars, you can make the argument that he had more eyes on him on a nightly basis on Dancing with the Stars than he ever had when he was playing basketball. Can either of you guys think of guys that have had that kind of second career after basketball that's bigger than their basketball career?
Well, Bill Walton comes to mind. Like Bill Walton's television career is, at least compared to his NBA career, is massive.
And I'm trying to think of big names. I want to say Mike Warren because he came such a big actor, but his career in basketball wasn't like, you know, probably wasn't at the same level.
Yeah.
Like people don't realize he played at UCLA. They just remember him from, you know, as an actor. So I'm just trying to think of guys who really became.
It's a little different. Will we throw Bill Bradley in there?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. One. Yeah, there's you know, that's definitely a good one. I mean,
Jesse got a good one. Your boy Rick Fox.
Oh, Rick Fox has been
Pretty Ricky.
Rick Fox, the full-on actor,
and Pretty Ricky started that while he was still playing.
And I think he's Kanye's executive assistant or something like that.
Something weird.
Yeah, he is. He is part of like. Yeah, he does work with Kanye. Yeah.
So that's got to be a whole nother world to be working with. I couldn't imagine.
No,
I could not imagine.
And Dennis Rodman became a bigger star after wrestling Karl Malone. So like, let's not ignore that. Like, I mean, that was a big deal.
Yeah, you know, Shaq. I mean, I think some of this is generational. Like my kids have no idea. I show them clips of Shaq as a player. They're like, actually, Barkley might fall into that too.
Well, somebody else.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's a good one.
Kenny Smith is probably bigger at what he does than when he was playing back, and he was a really good basketball player. But he's probably bigger now for inside the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, a lot of it's generational too. You know, younger people have no idea how good Barkley was as a player. That's why they say things like, "Oh, Draymond Green would have shut Chuck down back in the day. He couldn't have been that good." Like,
man, it's crazy you bring up Chuck because now I'm thinking. Does Troy Aikman have that? I know he's not basketball, but like Troy, and Tony Romo could end up that in 10 years.
John Madden was that if you put coaches in.
Yeah.
I mean, John Madden definitely falls into that category of a guy
second career
whose second career was way bigger. You know, And that's saying a lot. John Madden won a Super Bowl and was one of the winningest coaches in NFL history.
Yeah.
But he's better known for video games and commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, maybe this is just a personal one. Marcus Johnson. I didn't know he played in the NBA for the longest time. He was just the guy White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah. Let me go get my other gun. Yeah. That's what he's known. Yeah. Or now he's known as Josiah's dad.
Right.
Yeah. Now it's even, poor Marcus now is like, hey, I'm a finalist for the Hall of Fame. Oh, yeah, you're Josiah's dad.
You that dude from White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious, Or if you're Shaq, oh, you're the icy hot guy.
You gotta throw him in. You gotta throw him. You're the general. You're like you're like everything you can think of. Shaquille O'Neal, icy hot man. You're the general guy,
man.
Jason, we appreciate. We could do this all day. These pop culture references are fun, but we appreciate you. We'll dive back into our breakdowns of winning time next week.
Real quick. 30 seconds.
Oh, man.
And they have my boy Magic Johnson supposedly being 6'9" in all type of cars. I'm like, come on. My man Magic couldn't get a room. My man had to have it that bad. He was 6'9", folded up in the back of his Chevy. Come on, man.
Hey, look, we'd be remiss, though, if we didn't have the professor on. And Jason, if you just got 30 seconds on Scott Hall, on the legacy of Scott.
Man, that was, I mean, who didn't want to be Razor Ramon back in the day?
Come on, man.
Even after we found out his real name was Scott Hall. we were children,
hey, look,
man.
All the brothers wanted to be Scott Hall.
I mean, see, when I was taking Spanish class back in the day, the teacher would make you pick a Spanish name for the class. I was Ramon. All because of Razor Ramon. I'm like, I'm Ramon. I said, and he was so cool because back then, we didn't have all the dirt sheets and we didn't know. Half of us thought the whole Outsiders thing was real. We were like, oh my God, they're on WCW. And yeah, he was won the first ladder match. People forget that.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the first ladder match at WrestleMania, beat Shawn Michaels, and he impacted a whole generation of wrestling fans. Like I said, who didn't say "Hey yo," and I mean, it was like bad Spanish, but it was so like remember, chicas are for fun, man. It was like
it's so bad. Like, go watch it today. It is like.
But he pulled it off so well, and then even the whole gold dust angle they did with him, where you couldn't do that in 2022. But
no, you couldn't.
I'm very uncomfortable. Like, don't you touch me? What are you weird? He pulled it off. I mean, Scott Hall is the man. Scott Hall is the man. Definitely the man.
Yeah,
we appreciate you, Jason. Thank you as always, my brother.
All right,
take care,
next week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was a good call to throw in his thoughts on Scott Hall. Jason, a bigger wrestling fan than we are.
Yeah, man.
Man, we appreciate y'all for being with us today. Hit the thumbs up before you go if you're over there on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook Live. If you're on the Odyssey app, man, you can hit the heart button. Save us as your favorite radio station. We'll absolutely alert you every single time we go live. And tomorrow, James Ham will be with us.
Yeah.
Get ready for the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
Boy, I told y'all a couple weeks ago, if you have the means and you've been wanting to go to a Kings game, go to this one. You have got to see that dude in person.
My boy Giannis, that's my guy.
Man, he is just something. He is something different. But the Kings are cooking right now after, one straight victory over the Chicago Bulls. So they're on a streak of one. And we'll get you ready for the matchup against the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow. We appreciate you so much for being with us here on D-Lo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And we'll see you here tomorrow on ESPN 1320.
Holla.
That was a good call on Hoodie Mello. I couldn't.
Mello. Hoodie Mello.
And also, let's acknowledge Jesse called it when we signed off yesterday. You're like, King's going to win, throw this whole day off. Yep, sure did. Yeah. Kings 1-0 on days with weird vibes. Oh man, that would be terrible. I hope that doesn't happen. That's not what they do. They're fighting for position. I don't think that's the thing.
They're trying to gear up. Trying to gear up.
Yeah. That's Paco. I don't think we practiced this. I don't think we picked the name.
Yeah, that wasn't
that's not something we did.
We didn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I mean, Miss P did it too. Let's see, Kyle did it. Where's Miss P? Miss P did it too.
That's crazy.
Man, I'm with yo, that we we didn't do it. What you want me to be, Jesus? Like, what are you talking about
that?
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about that.
Man.
Oh man.
New episode of the Kings Beat dropped. I know y'all looking for something to watch or listen to. You can go check that out here as we sign off. Appreciate everybody going to grab those new Natural Born hoodie or Natural Born heel.
Man, appreciate
I don't know if y'all bought. I haven't looked. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to. It looked like everybody got a T-shirt. Weather getting a little better. Got T-shirts going out there.
Yeah. I was
appreciate you,
going
Mark.
to that today. I was like, yeah, I think my orders are gonna be T-shirts now for a little while.
Yeah, I got one headed your way. By the way, it's on its way. Yeah, it's on the way. I don't mind ordering us a bunch of T-shirts. They're cheap. They're a lot easier to order than the hoodies. There's nothing, not right now, like just long sleeve tees. No, I haven't put those back up because I wanted to change providers. So I haven't put I kept all of the hoodies up. I got all of the tees up. Now I got to slowly add back the long sleeve. So I'll start that. I'll get that done. I'll get a long sleeve hoodie for the Natural Born heel shirt up too.
I can't believe Kings fans really just jumped Stat Muse.
Yo, Kings fans are not here for that stuff, man. Like, look, we know. Y'all need to chill.
Bruh. They find everything. Charlemagne the God says he knows the real reason why Kanye is mad at Pete Davidson.
Oh, I thought he had a pretty good reason already, but there's more. All right, got me there.
I don't know. Hopefully, just
I don't know.
I just hope it just ends quietly. Hopefully, I'm nervous that it won't, but.
I'm looking at Twitter. That's all. I'm just looking at Twitter. Big news.
Damien, did you, when you were growing up, did you like to, like, I don't know how to ask this without it sounding weird, but when I was a kid, I used to enjoy the times when I would sleep on the couch, right? So I'm like, oh, no, I'm not going to sleep in my room. I'm going to sleep on the couch. You know, I got cable in here. I'm going to watch, you know, I'm going to stay up all night, watch stuff like that. Reese is having one of those moments where we put the air mattress in the little loft area. Since he's off track, he's sleeping out there the last couple of nights and gets on the sticks, watches, you know, the TV and on the two, you know, he gets to do it at the same time with the two TVs. I was like, yeah, I remember For me, it was something simple. I just wanted to sit on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
But,
I was definitely the same. Especially trying to stay up for those Saturday nights main events.
Man.
And the horror you feel when you wake up and you realize you missed Hulk Hogan because you fell asleep at like during the start of Golden Girls or something.
Oh man, good old my stepdad. He was good with he was nice with the record button with the videotape. So
boy, like y'all
a few times.
Some of y'all will never understand how truly difficult it was to program a VCR timer. Find out you put it on 11:30 a.m. instead of 11:30 p.m. Figure out like it just didn't record. It didn't work. Oh,
why was it that hard?
The horror. I wonder, one thing WWE Network used to be really good about. I don't know if I have that app on this one. Yes, I do. They used to be quick to put up a tab if someone passed away. You could go back and watch. There they go. Remembering Scott Hall. See, I don't like the way they do it now. Here I am asking them to do something and then complaining about the way that they do it. I don't like the way they do this anymore. They used to do it. They basically so they have the tab, so they have like the little bio they did on him, but then they have the Nitro that he appeared at, right? The first one. But it's the whole Nitro. They used to just have the clip, like you could watch him appear, and then you could watch like the next thing, the ladder match at WrestleMania 10. Well, they don't have the ladder match. They have WrestleMania 10. It's up to your ass to go find the ladder match.
Yeah, see, come on.
Yeah,
and I know you guys can do that.
They did do it. They used to do it.
They did it before.
When Peacock paid him $1 billion to
just have it on the platform. I know. That was really good. They just never made
quit. They've done so much of that where they've put stuff together and just like, nah, forget it. Let's not do it anymore. Well, they just dropped the trailer for it's something about being the bad guy. Not Scott Hall. Like there's like something about being a heel. And it's a series that they're dropping. The good thing with this is they're dropping all of the episodes later this month, like on the 25th or something, 24th, 25th. I saw a trailer in the Hollywood Reporter about it.
Yeah, the good old network.
Yeah, y'all miss the old Kanye. I miss the old WWE Network.
And I'm about to cancel my DAZN subscription.
I'll stall them out for a minute. Like, I think they just found out, like, the timing of the start of Raw to when it was really, really close. So if they don't do something
on Raw,
they put they had a graphic up, and then they had a video. They had a video put together later in the show. It was fine. I know this is dumb. I feel like they changed their voice guy. And as soon as I was like, yo, what the this? Like, who's this guy? This sounds terrible. This is awful. Maybe I just haven't watched and like that closely, sitting there like an idiot waiting to see if Cody Rhodes is going to show up or Stone Cold, or if they're going to do something interesting 2 weeks before WrestleMania. And
heaven forbid they do something interesting.
Nope. Yeah.
And I've said it for the 5th time on this episode, but I just can't believe how bad that show is. How bad Raw is.
Yeah.
It stinks.
It's unfortunate. All right. right, I'm putting the timestamps in here for everybody, or at least for those that care. Boom, timestamps in there. All right, we're gonna get out of here. Oh yeah, it's off topic. Same, bro. Same,
bro. Yeah, come on.
All day.
Come on, man. My catalog was deep.
Mm-hmm.
I was nice with the record button.
Nice. You know what it is, Cole. Young Cole. It was nice with that record button. Get on the jukebox, man. Punch in that code for 2 Live Crew. Hey now. Come on, man.
Bro, yo, Jesse, this one's crazy. There used to be, you know what the jukebox is, Jesse? The video, though.
What is it?
Channel?
Not a jukebox, the jukebox channel.
So it was a channel, and on the screen you would have these codes. You would call in, and you would put the code in for the video you wanted to see, and we would sit there and just watch it. And it was completely like people were in control of it. Like if I called right now, I want to see Push and P. You know, I'd call in, I put in 021 for Push and P, and that's what would come on. And that's how we would watch videos on that channel.
And you used to be able to see numbers getting punched in. And man, if 2 Live Crew was that they dropped. You can't even. I don't even think I can say the name of the record. Even off the air, I don't want to say the name of the record anymore. But it started with "Pop That," and you see those first 2 numbers. Like, come on, man, give me that third number. Let's go. There's only one place a week ago. 2 freaking girls do a show. Terrible record. But man, when you're 11, 12 years old.
Them boys were saying anything. I remember I kind of went down.
See, look, they know what it is. They know what it is. Oh man.
Oh, I went down their episode on the Hip Hop Evolution, and man, them boys were saying anything. They were saying anything. Like, that's
crazy.
It's funny as an adult and as a parent now. I'm not saying I would want their music banned, but yeah, Reese ain't listening to no 2 Live Crew. What? What?
Fam, not even the edited version.
Bro, they were wilding.
Not wrong. Not wrong. Oh man, the box. All right, man. Let's get out of here. We love y'all. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. We will see. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Holla.